Hey, tea sippers. Happy Monday. I'm late to the party, ain't I? Very late to the party. Who is Lisa Terry? Damn. So, from what I saw, Dawn was on that stand and she didn't look happy. I think they say the defense ate her up, but we finna chime in and listen. Girl, do I know you? Please don't send me no friend requests. If I don't know you, know you. Y'all ready to chime in? Hey, hello, good people. Happy Monday. Happy Monday. We was up late last night, wasn't we? From what I heard, Diddy was shocked, I think, that she was even testifying against him because she had been so loyal. From what we gathered over the weekend, she said she had been extremely loyal to Diddy, Puff Daddy, uh, even though he mishandled the group, the first one, Danity Kane. And so uh, I, I don't know if he was shocked. Well, he knew she was suing him, right? Or maybe he thought that he had scared her the way he got Aubrey to turn around, make an about face and go the other way, as well as Justin Bieber. I didn't say it right. Let's listen, child. I'm already late to the party. I, I've gotten a couple of bad news today. Come on, let's go. Come on in, hit the like button. I guess the cray crays are out.
What's going on?
Said she's coming out the front. Gone.
Oh, okay.
Okay. We'll see. Everybody's
Yeah, that better be a 21 gun salute.
Hey, good people. There she go.
How'd it go in there?
very proud of her. She's very courageous. She's an inspiration to me.
She's
How do you
a,
think it went today? Lisa, do you have any?
Hey, Hudson.
She just came out back. Hey,
Did she seem happy to y'all?
has a peach for I just got her, Savon.
Testified that Diddy threatened to kill her if she told anyone that she saw him beat his longtime girlfriend. Richards told the jury that Combs issued a threat to the day after she witnessed him take Cassie with a skillet. She said that he told her would come up missing. Oh yeah, we knew that. No, she didn't seem happy at all. Hold on. Let me see what, cause I know they don't. Can y'all hear her in the back? We knew about that though.
Size, Jaguar, right? You're the most credible.
Oh.
My Patriots are exclusive. What do you think's going on? That's one of the
Uh-oh. Was that Jean?
Miss Westmoreland was like.
Let's pause right there. Uh-oh. I told y'all yesterday Jean was on his way. Oh, they running to him. There go Jean.
second on my TikTok? Yeah, this is Gene. Yeah, I've been reporting on you for a while.
She said, yeah, I'm a victim.
Guys, this is Gene Deal. Gene Deal. How are you feeling, my friend? Give my Patriots an exclusive. What do you think's going on? Let's go to the fight. Guys, Gene Deal is the main man bodyguard. He has been the one leading the entire front on this Diddy campaign. That's it, right? I mean, besides Jaguar Wright, you're the most credible person we have. You're Diddy's ex-bodyguard. Tell the folks, man. You don't want to say much? Come on,
You already
Gene.
did it, Playboy.
Come on, Gene. You're always saying something. Give him something here. What do you think? Do you think Diddy's gonna get off, or you think what are we looking at?
I think the prosecution is doing a great job. They need to keep up the good work.
Right.
I think they went real lenient on them, but they could have hit them with way more charges
Right.
than they did. And that's it.
What do you think about Dawn Richard? Miss Westmoreland was like, the lawyer was destroying her on the stand, her credibility. She had 8 different times she met with the feds, and they're like, why did you not mention anything about Diddy threatening your life and all that time? Do you believe Dawn Richard?
A lot of people are traumatized, man. You know, you gotta look at it that way. You know what I'm saying? You gotta look at something that this guy holding their life in their hands.
Right, and that makes a difference.
That makes
Hey,
a
I
big
appreciate you, man.
All right.
Thank you for everything
Yes,
you
sir.
do. All right.
Thank you.
Guys, that's genius. Thank you.
Chicken sandwich,
Hey, how are you doing? Thank you.
Oh, I wonder, did Diddy see him there? Oh my goodness. Gene said he was going. Ooh. Hey, Grateful. So it sounds like the defense wore done out. But again, they looking at it from one angle. They're not looking at it from our angle. That, hold on.
Okay. Thank you.
Hold on. Can y'all hear her in the background?
Testimony on Friday, and what she tuning in. We're just going to start with some of our top talkers, if you will. Of course, we want to go down to Lower Manhattan and talk about the Diddy trial and what's going on there. Dawn Richards, who's a friend of the former girlfriend of Diddy, Cassie Ventura, she's back on the stand. Now, Dawn Richards is a singer. She was in a group called Danity Kane that Puffy, Diddy, if you will, I think he was Puffy at the time, had also helped to try to break them into the music business. Now, she started her testimony on Friday, and what she was talking about on the stand were instances that she said where she saw Combs physically assault and attack, if you will, Cassie Ventura. She described one incident from 2009, I believe it is, where she said she, being Dawn Richard, said that she was recording at the house, the facility, someplace on the property where they were all together, and that she told the court that she witnessed Sean Combs come down screaming and that he physically assaulted Cassie Ventura, again, her words, by hitting her on the head and a couple of other places there or about. So very serious allegations going on there, very serious testimony. Richard will, of course, then be cross-examined at some point once the defense gets their chance to, as you know, cross-examine any witnesses. So
she did
that's one of the
cross-examine.
headlines there. We'll, of course, talk to you about
Whatever
the
happened to
Brooklyn Bridge
Kim
and what
Porter.
happened
Now
with
y'all
the
better be
Mexican
asking what
Navy
happened
ship
about
that's going
Ava.
on there, which caught all
What
of us,
happened
you
to
know,
Ava?
just
Hold on.
amazed. Just seeing the video still
Threatening the
seems
witness.
surreal,
Yep.
even when I saw it late Saturday evening after friends were texting saying, hey, did you hear? You know, that sort of thing
Okay,
as
hold
well. So let me see. Anyone having a question? My comrade and
Hold
producer
on.
Alex is right over my shoulder, and we're just checking in with you. And let's see.
Let me bring in right now, we got another guest. We got with us former federal prosecutor Nima Rahmani. Nima, so good to see you. Thanks so much for taking the time. Look at this panel right here. It's just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Nima, okay. Talk to us about what you're taking away from today's testimony. Carrie Morgan, Dawn Richard. What do you think the big takeaways
hold
are, both
on.
for the prosecution
Before we
and
do
the
that,
defense?
let's
Who do you think
start.
it's helping more?
Okay, so hold on.
Certainly helping the prosecution.
Okay, hold on. Let's hear what we missed. Let's hear what we missed. Yeah. Let's hear what we missed.
Not only very, very important for this case when you talk about threats, but also part of the racketeering charge, right? Criminal
The
enterprise,
racketeering.
using different resources at his disposal. Now, when it came to the cross-examination, this was interesting. So Sean Combs' defense counsel questioned Dawn Richard about her filing a lawsuit against Diddy, that there's a motion to dismiss that's currently pending. So does she have an incentive to testify against him, to go after him? Is there a weakness to her claims? What she's testifying to now, she was questioned quite strongly about how her story may have changed over time and that there's inconsistencies in what she said, that she left out details that she's only recounting now on the stand. For example, that threat about people going missing, the allegation is she's only saying that now. Okay, so it goes to her credibility. After Dawn Richard left the stand, then we've been hearing the testimony from Carrie Morgan. Now, this is somebody who came up a lot last week, former best friend to Cassandra Ventura. She says she's only testifying because of a subpoena. She's claimed that her boyfriend assaulted me, meaning Sean Combs, that Cassie wasn't partaking in substance abuse, but it was Diddy who caused her to lose her confidence, to lose her spark, that their friend Cassie changed, that Diddy had supplied her, meaning Carrie Morgan, with drugs, says that Diddy would yell at Cassie, talk down to her, that he or his assistant, Christina Corum, would call her looking for Cassandra Ventura. So whenever you hear more about assistance and security and those around Sean Combs, very important for the racketeering charge, right?
Yep.
Criminal enterprise. It's not just Combs.
The sandwich,
but others
y'all.
who may have assisted him. Particularly when you talk about racketeering conspiracy, it's a criminal agreement between Combs and others. And so she also claims that she witnessed alleged assaults as well. Very, very important witnesses today. We're going to break it down. We're going to take your questions, but I'm not going to do it alone. I'm joined right now by trial attorney and hip-hop legal expert AunTeaFee Patterson. AunTeaFee, good to see you. Thanks so much for taking the time. I feel these witnesses are not only important, but just as important as Cassandra Ventura from last week. What do you take away from it?
Absolutely. Just listening to what was said by Dawn Richard, she was talking about how whenever Cassie spoke up for herself, that is what would prompt Diddy to violence. You know, that's a problem. She was talking about just examples of coercion. You know, a lot of people are saying, well, why didn't Cassie leave, or why didn't she leave sooner? She's giving a perfect example. They would be having a normal, happy early morning breakfast, and he would throw a pot at her. She would instantly drop down into the fetal position. So that tells us we know that this has been going on for a while. She knows what she knows the routine. So I think Richard's testimony is essential here. It just really backs up Cassie's testimony and everything that she wasn't able to say.
And let me just back this up with one more thing. So we have a sidebar that's coming out tonight. And by the way, we're looking at getting Elizabeth Milner up any second. But we're doing a sidebar tonight because one of the central questions that came out after Cassandra Ventura's Fine's testimony was, well, why did she stay? Why didn't she leave? And I made the point that
She
I
had
wonder
a
if the
debt.
jury's saying there's no way she could have consented to everything she described. And the reason she stayed is there are deep-rooted trauma, coping issues, psychological issues at play when you talk about alleged victims and alleged perpetrators, why alleged victims don't leave. We know that the prosecution is going to call Dr. Dawn Hughes, who testified in the Johnny Depp trial about coping strategies. So I did a whole sidebar with a mental health expert talking about some of these factors, and I think it's going to be quite imperative as we move forward for the jury to understand this. Now,
Absolutely.
the defense is going to have their own expert to counter that, but doesn't this a big part of this whole case come down to why somebody in a position like this didn't speak up or didn't leave, and it's not so simple?
Well, it's not so simple, because what we're not talking about is the fact that we do have a big issue of intimate partner violence, but we also have the issue of the fact that he controlled her professional life. You know, she was in, what was it, a 10-album deal with him. She only had one that was completed. I think that the big part for me is when the exposure of the videos came into play. You know, it's okay and it's fine if initially you wanted to participate in these sexual activities, but the moment you said you don't want to do it anymore,
Facts.
the moment he said, hey, I can expose you, I can harm you professionally, I can harm you personally with your family, that is the turning point for me. That explains to me why she didn't leave.
So I'm going to take your questions right now about, we have a lot of questions coming in, AunTeaFee, about this case. And by the way, we're working on getting Elizabeth Milner up here as well. And by the way, as court starts up again, we're going to give you live updates in real time from that courtroom. So first question we have is from Heather Brooke. When will the allegations against minors be addressed? I don't think it's a part of this case, AunTeaFee.
No, I don't think it's a part either. I looked into it last night, and I have not seen that. I think that's just
I hope they hit it with it.
That we've heard about that
Additional.
they decided not to address.
Well, look, I mean, he is facing lawsuits regarding allegedly abusing minors, but if the prosecution had the goods on that, if they felt they could successfully prosecute him on that, why wouldn't they make it a part of this case? Because while
To see what the outcome of this one's gonna be.
for sex trafficking and racketeering with what he's dealing with now of adults, you throw minors in there, that consent defense goes out the window. It becomes a much more
but the
difficult
trauma
case to
of
defend.
having
So it seems to
minors
me
face
that
him.
the prosecution
Ooh.
maybe didn't feel that there was enough evidence to support that. Okay, AunTeaFee, stand by. We're getting word. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back,
on the worst day of my life, I got a
Y'all
check
hit
in
the
mail.
like button, please.
And in
Do you have an EBT card? We have some news for you. This special spending card.
Ooh, y'all remember over the weekend we established we going now into the meat. Now, this is the condiments. We got the bread, getting the condiments together, preparing to put that meat to make the awesome sandwich for the feds to eat his ass up. Come on. Oh, it's still moving.
It doesn't look like there was that big kind of about to graduate.
more difficult case to defend. So cameras, there are no audio, can be a defense for sex trafficking and racketeering with what he's dealing with now of adults. You throw minors in there, or the Sean Diddy successfully prosecute him on that, why wouldn't they make it a part of this case? Because while consent can be a defense for sex trafficking and racketeering with what he's dealing with now of adults, you throw minors in there, that consent defense goes out the window. It becomes a much more difficult case to defend. So it seems to me that the prosecution maybe didn't feel that there was enough evidence to support that. Okay, AunTeaFee, stand by. We're getting word. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to get Elizabeth Milner up because she was in the Sean Diddy Combs criminal trial. Elizabeth, so good to see you. So you were in court today, week 2, continuation of Dawn Richard's testimony. She left the stand, Carrie Morgan on the stand. Before we get to the substance of what they had to say, What is the vibe like in court today? How does Sean Combs appear? Who's there? Paint the picture for us, because unfortunately, as we know, there are no cameras. There are no audio recordings allowed in that courtroom. What did you see and what did you hear?
Yeah, well, the tone as far as this morning goes, a lot of people are kind of anticipating what would the rest of Dawn Richard's testimony look like, and especially more so, how would the cross-examination and how would Diddy's defense attorneys kind of be able to pull apart essentially her credibility. As far as just everyone inside the courtroom today, it doesn't look like there was that big kind of present for the defendant side that we've seen last week, especially when we came to day one and even day two of testimony, and that we didn't see any of Diddy's children inside that courtroom, which I think is a little big and a little not big at the same time. We saw images over this weekend that the twins were in during prom season. They were in their prom dresses and that sort. Not 100% sure where the sons are in this kind of picture, as far as are they on the West Coast again, because the twins are about to graduate. So it's unclear why the family presence wasn't so big as it has been for day one and day two. As far as Diddy himself, though, it seems like that didn't necessarily faze him that much. I assume that he, looks forward to seeing his family inside that courtroom, but maybe understanding that they had other obligations. He didn't seem too bothered by that or anything like that. So as far as him being inside that courtroom, it was still the same old Diddy that we've seen, kind of in the same old outfit that we've seen him in as well, too. He was wearing a tan sweater. He had a white undershirt. He had khakis on. When he comes into the courtroom, he hugs his attorneys. He chats with them, all those types of things. And so a lot of people were just anticipating what would it look like once Dawn Richard got back on the stand. And let me tell you something, Jesse, when I saw her on the stand today, and even on Friday as well, too, she appeared like she just didn't want to be there. You could tell that she was very uncomfortable, especially talking about her recollection of her time that she had worked with Diddy, her time after working with Diddy, especially during the cross-examination part. I thought that maybe she would get a little emotional because she just appeared maybe a little nervous, maybe a little intimidated, not necessarily sure, but she was very soft-spoken while she was on that stand today answering some of the questions. A lot of those questions obviously had to do with the egg frying incident. It had to do with why Dawn Richard even continued working with Diddy even afterwards, or even wanting to work with Diddy afterwards. And so a lot of the anticipation, or just the overall tone inside that courtroom, especially when it came to that cross-examination, it was kind of, it was a little rough to watch. It was a little like a lot of people, especially us in the gallery, in the press, were just kind of like, wow, this is a little brutal. And they kind of hit the points that they wanted to hit while them being defense attorneys. And so I think that the prosecution really kind of had to tighten everything up as far as, trying to get maybe back in the jury's good graces after kind of seeing that cross-examination go and all those holes that were poked into her testimony. And so that was just the overall essence and tone of today's, especially this morning before Carrie Morgan got on the witness stand.
To go by, because I know it's so loud. So this was a bit. How is the jury responding to Dawn Richard's testimony, and what were some of the highlights? I mentioned it briefly before you came on air, kind of summarized some of the points, but what were some of the points that came out today from her testimony, both on direct and cross-examination, and how was the jury responding to her testimony? Because let's not forget, she is a corroborating witness for Cassandra Ventura Fine. She helped to articulate some of the finer elements of racketeering. What were some of the highlights from her testimony, both on direct and cross, and how was the jury responding?
Well, absolutely. As far as being under direct, it was really just kind of ironing out the details as far as what happened with this whole egg skillet incident, that being the incident that happened in 2009, according to Dawn Richard, where essentially Cassie was cooking Diddy breakfast. Diddy comes downstairs, gets upset about either the way that the breakfast was made or why it wasn't being made fast enough, and essentially just an assault happened in the aftermath of that, something that Dawn Richard has even pointed out in her civil lawsuit, something that definitely the defense was definitely talking about today. So a lot of it had to do just with under direct examination still while they were finishing that up, just what was Cassie's demeanor when this was going on. They were also asked, or they being Dawn Richard was also asked, Cassie had a pretty quiet demeanor, and that Diddy wasn't necessarily having that when it comes to what kind of promoted this type of violence or what prompted this type of violence, as far as why Diddy would essentially physically assault her. And Dawn Dawn would say Cassie would just be speaking up for herself, or it would be something random that happened. Then there were moments where they had talked about who witnessed these physical assaults, and Dawn Richard pointed out names such as Harve Pierre, who used to be the president of Bad Boy, Mia, who we expect to be testifying as well too. She had worked for Diddy. Capricorn Clark had worked for Diddy as well too, and then she named other names like D-Rock and Bonds, who both worked security for Diddy. So I can kind of see where the prosecution was kind of painting that or amping that up as far as how the staff is involved in all of that sort. As far as 2010, just the following year, she says she witnessed another incident where they were all at a festival together up in Central Park. They were about to bring out Diddy's Dirty Money group, and that right before this had happened, or actually, excuse me, I am looking at the wrong incident. Sorry about that. But there was another incident in 2010 where they were having a dinner with a bunch of celebrities, and that Cassie and Diddy were kind of arguing a little bit secretly there, and Diddy punched her in the stomach, according to Dawn Richard. There, she said that at that dinner, they had people like Harve Pierre, again, former president of Bad Boy, D-Rock, security, Kalina Harper, who used to work with Diddy's Dirty Money, Mia, who also worked with Diddy, and Bonds were all there during this dinner. And so then we kind of saw an exhibit photo of what Harve Pierre looked like. And so then there was another talk, and this is kind of where I bring up the Central Park incident, where there was an incident where Diddy had allegedly physically assaulted Cassie while they were getting ready for this festival, and that Cassie came into the bathroom, and that Kalina and Dawn kind of confided in her, or at least kind of helped her during this moment. They all kind of put on sunglasses and then just kind of carried on like usual. Meanwhile, Cassie's kind of nursing some injuries just behind the scenes. Now, when it came to the cross-examination, and there was just a lot of testimony going on today, so I'm trying to get you guys all my notes going on and everything like that. But once it came to the cross-examination, that was done by Nicole Westmoreland, and this was the first time we've kind of really seen her in action when it comes to this specific trial. And so first thing that Nicole Westmoreland's going to be asking her is just about her lawsuit, the lawsuit that she had filed just a few months ago against Diddy. And so she was asked about the demand letter that was I guess, set up by her attorneys. She was asked about how many times she spoke with federal prosecutors, and she said she couldn't necessarily recall the amount of times that she had done it, but the defense kind of summed it up that she at least spoke with federal prosecutors 8 different times. They brought back the egg skillet incident where on Friday the defense was pointing out, you said that Cassie was cooling the eggs, and then Diddy comes downstairs and then he hits Cassie, or did he hit her, or did you see him hit her? Did you see that he had threw something at her? Was he like, it was really just kind of that quick and that much questioning kind of being thrown at her essentially. And then they brought up how it kind of compared to what she had said in her lawsuit just about the whole egg incident, and said that she didn't see the pan hit Cassie in the lawsuit. And then when she was asked essentially why she brought the lawsuit about, the defense was really kind of pointing at her, and I think this is something that, you know, anybody who had filed a civil claim against Diddy might be expecting this under the cross-examination, is what was their motivation in filing the lawsuit against the defense's client essentially. And so while Dawn at times was trying to say that she wanted justice and that she wanted to do the right thing, essentially, that the defense also pointed out, well, you did want compensation as well, too. And Dawn had to kind of own up and admit that she did want compensation for the time that she had worked on as an employee. Then the defense was asking her about her most recent communications with Diddy, as going back as early or as soon as like 2020, 2021, where essentially, Dawn was reaching out to Diddy himself, was trying to get in touch with people about this kind of whole making the band. I believe it's a reboot that they were trying to do where Diddy wasn't necessarily going to be a judge, but instead Dawn wanted to use that opportunity to work with somebody else named Lorianne Gibson. And so the defense was really kind of hammering her just about the facts that she had talked about with federal prosecutors as far as the different meetings that she had had in 2024, on March 18th of this year, on April 17th of this year, again, just pointing out specifics in regards to this egg incident, but also at the same time going into specifics about whether or not she felt threatened to working with Diddy, and if she felt threatened, if she felt scared for her life, why did she continue reaching out to Diddy as late as 2020 or 2021? You know, as we ended direct examination on Friday, they were really kind of hitting on the point that after Dawn Richard and even her bandmate at the time, Kalina Harper, allegedly witnessed witnessed this physical assault with the whole egg skillet thing, because that's kind of how they were summing up this particular incident, was the egg skillet incident. She was asked on Friday, what did Diddy tell you the next day? And essentially, Dawn had said that Diddy essentially said that people wind up missing when they question him and that type of thing, and that was perceived as a death threat. So then when the defense had their chance to kind of cross-examine her, they were like, well, why did you feel threatened, and yet you continue to want to work with him? And so the defense moments, Nicole Westmoreland really kind of hit it on the head. I think a lot of people were possibly wondering, did Dawn come off like a liar, or did she kind of over-embellish some of these incidents? But to Dawn's accord and to Dawn on the witness stand, she was just saying, you know, she was trying to remember to the best of her ability. So it was kind of tough to watch, but at the same time, I think Dawn Richard held her own. She didn't, you know, kind of get too frazzled necessarily. She didn't get overly emotional, but you could tell that during the cross-examination, it was pretty tough.
And we actually have a poll up right now on YouTube. Do you think the jury views Dawn Richard as a credible witness? We'll see what the results of those are. I wish I had a little bit more time with you, Elizabeth, because I wanted to ask you a little bit more about Carrie Morgan. This is Cassandra Ventura's former best friend on the stand, but I know we have to get you back into that courtroom. Thanks so much for giving us an update. Great reporting as always. Elizabeth Milner, everybody. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Thanks, Jesse.
Now, I'm back here with Afi Patterson. Afi, you want to hear something really interesting as we talk about the questions from YouTubers, and we have polls up? So we had a poll that said, has this trial changed your view of Sean Diddy Combs? Ready for this? 56% say yes, 43% say no. Now, look, I'm an attorney, right? And I don't care what the case is. I like the idea of, the idea is for the jury to go in, clear eyes, clear minds, allow the evidence and the facts and the testimony to sway their opinion. To see that change, 56% of, not the jury, but the people watching this, their view has changed. That's interesting. What do you take away from that?
Well, what was it from the beginning? I think it's pretty low. I think it's pretty low too, toward the negative side, because I think for a long time he's kept his reputation pretty good, pretty much intact. He's a music mogul. He is a self-made businessman. So I would have expected it to be a little bit higher in the negative. Can I also talk about just this case in general? I think that there's a money issue here. And like we were talking about Dawn Richard and her civil case, and we can talk about Cassie and her civil case. In our justice system, we are allowed to have compensation, but I think compensation is maybe the wrong word. I think that when you've suffered some serious guttural traumas, you are entitled to try to be made whole. Right. And financial compensation, if you will, that helps to make you whole. It doesn't resolve everything, but you're entitled to that. That's what our legal system allows.
Well, look, the defense is going to jump on that, right? The defense is going to jump on the $20 million settlement, or purported $20 million settlement with Sean Combs, the $10 million settlement, or expected $10 million settlement that she's going to get with the LA Intercontinental Hotel. The idea is you only went after this, you brought up these allegations for monetary purposes. I don't know if it makes entire sense. Why do I say that? Cover trials all the time where somebody testifies and they're in the middle of active litigation against somebody, and the argument is, well, you would benefit if there was a guilty verdict here, wouldn't you not? Well, she filed her lawsuit, settled with Sean Combs, and then cooperated with the government. I don't quite know what the incentive would be there, right? You're going to have to testify, make your allegations public, have to... if you look at people online, there's a lot of people who are questioning her credibility, her authenticity. I don't know if the defense did a significant job or not of saying that the financial motivation was a reason for her to come forward, striking at her credibility. I don't know if I saw that. What do you take away from it, Afi?
No, I agree. I'm merely focusing on Dawn Richard's part, and they're questioning her. Why are you coming forward? But I think just with respect to how people feel about him, Diddy, and how they view him, I think a lot of people are turned off by the money aspect. But if, the problem is, if you focus on the civil suit first, you have people questioning, well, why didn't you go the criminal route? Now that she's going the criminal route, people are saying, well, oh, okay, now they pick apart issues like, why did you stay? You should have left early.
It's gonna always be a
So
reason.
it's like you really can't win in situations like this. I think in intimate partner domestic violence situations.
Well, the way I think the prosecution tried to correct that, I don't know if that's the right terminology, is they said, she was in the middle of this, very hard for her to get out, maybe didn't even recognize she was a victim or what was going on, again, taking the allegations as true, and it wasn't until later on that she went through therapy, potentially for PTSD, where she recognizes to recall traumatic episodes and recognizing what happened to her, and then files the lawsuit. Now, the defense could say, this therapy, is it actually recalling real memories of what happened, or is it tainting it? Is it tainting your recollection of what happened? Is it a little bit of a dubious science? And I'm sure that's going to come back and forth a little bit, but, it is a question. You were part of this relationship for quite some time, helped to set up these alleged freak-offs. The text messages would say you encourage them. You wonder if it's a question and a problem for the prosecution, but at the same time, the prosecution knew about these messages, they knew about the timeline, they still felt confident to go forward with this case and Cassandra Ventura as their star witness. Okay, we got a question from Last Plane Home. Can Diddy still take a plea deal? It sounds like they were all under the influence, which impairs a sane mind.
No. I mean,
Is the deal still on the table at this point?
Yeah, I mean, well, put it
I
this
think
way.
you can always take one.
You could always take one, right?
Right. You can always take one, but is it still on the table? It depends on how confident the prosecution feels about their case. And I think, again, this is set to be an 8-week trial, so I think that you're going to have a lot of people. And Jesse, you tell me, I believe there's supposed to be at least 2 more alleged victims coming through.
Well,
but this is supposed to be an 8-week trial.
There's supposed to be 4. One of them can't be found, which is a problem. But look, it's also different, right? If it was before the trial started, before opening statements, before Cassandra Ventura had to take the stand.
Ain't that what he threatened to Don? The people will come up missing.
We want to avoid putting on alleged victims who have to account what happened to them. Okay, we might be interested in you accepting a deal now. Now, after she takes the stand? Now, after Dawn Richard takes the stand? I don't know.
Yeah, but just also, you were talking about the PTSD therapy that Cassie got. I thought that her testimony showed that, she was a willing participant very early on. I don't think it was super, super helpful for the prosecution. But also, to your point, I think you mentioned the fact that it was brought up that she may not know that she was a victim. But for me, the line of delineation is, when did it become coercion? Clearly coercion. And that is when she wanted to leave and he threatened her with the videos. I would love to see more of a timeline come out, because I'm not seeing just a clear timeline. And I think, go ahead.
Oh, no. I was going to say, I think this all comes down to closing arguments. There's a lot here. There is a lot here. And I think the prosecution and the defense needs to crystallize it, like you said, with a timeline, matching it up to the elements. I'm a lawyer. Let me tell you, explaining this to people, what racketeering is, sex trafficking, how all these allegations match up to the elements. It's complicated.
It's complicated.
It's complex.
But I got it.
It is.
So, got another question for you. Got a lot of questions coming in right now. Again, we're waiting to go back into the courtroom. As soon as that begins, once again, we will give you real-time updates. Okay, question from Poetic O. Can Diddy use a mental health defense if he claims to be a sociopath or narcissist?
He ain't gonna own that, though.
I don't know if narcissism is a defense to these RICO charges. I don't know if, you being a sociopath is a proper defense. There are different types of mental defect defenses that you can use. And I don't think these are either one of them. And, also the prosecution was talking about, the defense, I think they were trying to hint at the fact that Diddy was under some type of force of drug abuse or a state of drug-induced violence whenever he would beat her. I think that's a poor argument, because she was beaten for 9 or 10 years. Furthermore, how do you build $1 billion enterprise if you're consistently intoxicated? Or if you are, you're very high functioning. So I don't think that that's the best argument.
Yeah, I hear you, and I think what they were trying to say is, oh, the 2016 incident, he was going through withdrawal, right? And, you know, there's irritability is a symptom of that. There was discussion about whether substances could be used as a mental health defense in some capacity. Not really. I mean, I think their best avenue right now is taking all the allegations as true. It doesn't match up to racketeering or sex trafficking, right? The jury could say he assaulted Cassandra Ventura. The jury could say he raped Cassandra Ventura. Doesn't necessarily mean he is guilty of the charges that he faces.
It's all full circle,
But
baby.
it is a high burden. It's a complicated case. There are a lot of different steps. There's a lot of different elements. But in terms of a mental health defense, I don't really see it. But I do have a question for you from Vanessa. Who do you think, AunTeaFee, is winning the case so far?
I think it's pretty even.
No, it ain't. Stop that.
You know, I look at the comments from the at-home jurors all the time, and I think a lot of people are saying that, you know, this seems to be like a DV case. But Jesse, as you said, I think what's really important
That's because they don't understand the trafficking charges.
You know, so
in their mind, they're still thinking mafia.
Just, you know, it's not always going to be exciting, but they're going to have to get their little points in so they can round it out and close it. And for that, I see
when you invite somebody from out of state to come have a booty call with you, and you leave a little something for them, or tell them to go shopping, do what you know, yeah, that's trafficking. That's trafficking across state line. So listen, if you know you have some desires like that, get it in your own state. I wasn't supposed to say that. Tap that in your own state. Because now, the way the internet is set up and fans only, and they kind of put a hold on solicitation. They know that they are doing it by way of internet, social media, you know, escorting and all that. That's trafficking, whether we like it or not. Period. Let's go. Oh, and Maurice, it's all full circle, baby. It is all full circle. I've been saying it for I don't know for how long.
Prosecution right now, but definitely the at-home jurors are saying, hey, this is a DV case. And Cassie did what she had to do because she wanted to be in the in crowd. She wanted to be in the game. And, you know, this is the cost of being in the game, but I think it's a little bit more complicated than that.
And look, the reason this is not a state case, there's a statute of limitations issues when we're talking about what, you know, assault or rape.
I'm Luke Adams. I'm a third-generation barley farmer. For generations, American farmers have been
through maybe racketeering, through maybe transportation to engage in prostitution, through sex trafficking. And the reason I brought up before about, you know, alleged minors, that is how you've seen prosecutions at the federal level when you're talking about minors. Look at R. Kelly. But clearly, that is not a part of this case at all. And there are allegations in the civil arena, very different than bringing them in the criminal arena. Okay, got a question from Janie Williams. Before I do that, I think we also have with us right now Mauricio Padilla. Am I right? Mauricio, are you with us? Hey, there he is. Mauricio, good to see you. So good to see you. Criminal defense attorney, friend of the show. You're going to be on with AunTeaFee Patterson, so great to have you here. I will throw my first question to you, Mauricio. Let's see. Okay, great one for you. Great one from Janie Williams. When their witnesses are subpoenaed, do they even have a choice on whether or not they can decline to cooperate?
No, a subpoena is an order that you got to show up. Or you got to follow some type of protective order, but a subpoena to testify at trial, you got to show up.
How is it possible that at the time of this recording, and I'll have my producers correct me if I'm wrong, they still can't, find alleged victim number 3? You know, that's by the way, I said it last week. It's one of the reasons why I think you needed Cassandra Ventura on the stand week 1, aside from the fact that she's the star witness and lays out the context of the case. She's pregnant, 8.5, 9 months pregnant. They got to make sure she gets on the stand and finishes her testimony. Otherwise, you lose witness number 1, you lose witness number 3. How is it possible that we still don't have alleged victim number 3? Mauricio.
Well, obviously, in a case like this, if she hasn't shown up, she's not going to show up. I mean, this is like a high-profile case. It's somebody that
She don't
doesn't wanna
understand the
cooperate.
consequences
and
either.
For the prosecution to go to trial and be trying to get her means that they didn't realize that they didn't have a cooperating victim from a while ago. So I think that they're dropping the ball on that. That should be clear a while ago.
I'll throw another question for you from Vanessa. Vanessa has been great, throwing us so many questions here. From Vanessa, will any of Diddy's jail calls be released? Mauricio.
Probably, yeah. I mean, in a case like this, and somebody like him, where I've heard that he was kind of disrespecting the rules. He kind of got in trouble for doing multiple things while in custody. I'm sick and tired in my own cases of my own clients opening up their mouth and them using jail calls in my cases. So I would anticipate that they would use at least a few jail calls to show. I believe that there was some news articles that were alleging that he was like trying to hush people up, that he was trying to control and like puppet master things, which I think is really relevant.
Very relevant.
Like racketeering and the other things that he's been charged with. To show that, listen, there's consciousness of guilt, and this guy is still trying to puppet master even while in custody. So I think it is relevant.
Right, because obstruction is one of the underlying predicate crimes of racketeering, right? Prosecution would need to prove at least 2. So kidnapping, forced labor, obstruction, bribery, sex trafficking, drug trafficking. You could say in the past week they've hit upon a few of these here and there, trying to build it up. Okay, AunTeaFee, I'm going to ask you this question because we put out a poll waiting for the results. Do you think the jury views Dawn Richard as a credible witness? We'll see what our viewers say. Do you think she's been a credible witness so far? Well, she finished her testimony. Do you think she's a credible witness?
I think yes. I'll say yes. Fundamentally, yes. I think some of the details that she may be shaky on, I don't think that, for me, I wouldn't view them as important. There was an incident. It was violent. This is Cassie's reaction. That's all that needs to be said.
Right.
All the little details, adding, more details about the intimidation factor after the beating, how he spoke to her, what he said to her. What's important to me is the cone of silence that she witnessed. All of the employees that worked with him also witnessed the abuse and said nothing. The fact that she viewed him with a gun, to me, like, that brings in credibility. I'm not worried about these little small details that you may have gained or lost over time. And I also want to say something about that 2016 hotel incident. I think that maybe wasn't in there. Don't know if the prosecution hit on this, but I think it was a missed opportunity, because I would ask, that 2016 incident, is that the typical violence, or is that was that the average, or was it on the high end or the low end? That's important to me, because I want to know, what was your mindset like? When you escaped, or when you tried to escape, or when you wanted to say no to him, is this what would happen? Is that why Don Richard said you wouldn't speak up and talk back and stand up for yourself?
I agree. I think they will raise that in a closing argument. You know why she didn't speak up? You know why she didn't leave? Look, Exhibit A. Now, look, I will tell you, through the video, the apparent photos of her injuries, her testimony, the testimony of other witnesses, I think the prosecution has definitely established, and by the way, even from the defense's opening statement, that Sean Combs physically abused Cassandra Ventura. I know it's an allegation, but at the same time, I think they've established that. It becomes a question, though, does that rise to this federal crimes that he's charged with? By the way, I mentioned alleged victim number 3. So the prosecution's ability to present victim 3's testimony, uncertain at this time. They have an inability to contact her. The judge has said this could be her getting cold feet, which, again, even if they do get her and do get her to testify, it becomes a question, is she going to be a hostile witness, Mauricio, and whether or not the prosecution even wants her to testify. Right, great, you get her, but if what is potentially her not wanting to testify, that could come off really bad for the prosecution if she jumps on the stand.
That would make me think
You
she's
gotta be
scared.
really careful of who you put in front of that jury. And if she's already indicating in a case of this magnitude, she's showing cold feet, she's not cooperating, she's there's missed calls of the agents. There's agents going and going to her house, going to her family. Like, this is a big case. So at this point, after she's publicly, got fee, I would not be putting her on the stand. You really can't trust what's going to come out of her mouth. And once you put somebody on the stand and a jury hears something, you can't ever take that back once the genie's out of the bottle.
That's
Wait
true.
a minute. Are you saying to me that when the judge tells the jury, disregard that comment or it's stricken from the record, the jury doesn't strike it from their minds?
Nope.
Is that what you're saying to me,
You
Mauricio?
can't erase
Yes,
that.
the jury does not strike anything from their mind. Just like the jury goes home and turns on the TV and Googles and Googles and Googles.
You're so
that's part of
cynical.
life. Like,
You're so cynical.
No.
You're so cynical.
that's
My
just
gosh.
the reality of life. Like, you tell them not to do it, and they go and they right away do it.
Just like
All right,
kids.
Speaking of the jury in this fashion, Mauricio. All right, Mauricio, let me ask you a question.
From my experience.
I'm just fooling with you. Okay, we got a question from Clarissa Schmidt. I'll throw this to you, Mauricio. Do you think the defense has a secret smoking gun waiting to drop?
You know what? In a case like this that's played out in front of the media, I feel like if they really had this smoking gun, they probably would have leaked it a while ago to try and change, the court of public opinion before this went to trial. So that's one of the main reasons why I think that they don't. And I really don't know what could be the smoking gun in their defense. Like, I'm pretty sure that a bunch of evidence has come out that Cassie was a willing participant. I heard that she could be admitted to being on ketamine and things of that nature. So there's things that benefit them, but to define it as a smoking gun, I feel like if they would have had that, they would have already shared it with the public.
I mentioned we have these polls going up, so I will tell you the results right now. Do you think the jury views Dawn Richard as a credible witness? 66% say yes, 33% say no. We have another poll that's coming up. Do you believe the absence of victim 3 will affect the outcome of the case? We'll see what the audience thinks about that. But yeah, Afi, there you go. 66% believe that Dawn Richard is a credible witness.
Yeah, and I agree with them. And I think just to get what you guys were talking about earlier, the defense's whole defense, like, no, there's no smoking gun. Their whole defense is, yeah, he's a bad, bad man, but this was all consensual. And consent ceases to be consent when you're under threat and when you're being coerced. That's the whole point here. And I think that Dawn Richard just really kind of supported Cassie's situation. I think Dawn spoke where Cassie couldn't, because even in Cassie's testimony, I thought it was pretty easygoing. I thought she was pretty light and pretty relaxed on Sean, as she calls him, or Diddy as I know him. So I think that, Cassie's going to have a lot of people being her voice, and that's what the prosecution is going to do with the next couple of weeks.
The counter argument to that be, if she came out really strong, like a crusader, that could look bad, right? It could look like she has something, an ulterior motive to go after Sean Combs, whereas, composed and explain it, got emotional at certain times. I remember she got emotional explaining how she would give back all the money, the settlement money, so she would never have to participate in a freak-off. Okay, as I mentioned, we have live updates that are happening from court. No cameras, no audio equipment, but we do have live updates in real time. So let me tell you what happened. They are back from a brief lunch. The judge said, if I let this in, so some piece of evidence, Miss Ventura would be recalled as a witness. So the prosecutor says, I doubt that we would call her. The judge comes back. The defense could call her back to the stand. Prosecutor responds, I doubt that she would be available because obviously she's pregnant, maybe about to give birth. The judge says the evidence is out. So whatever evidence that is not going to come in. Okay, we'll keep you updated on more courtroom action that's happening there. Let me go to you, Mauricio. Talking about Cassandra Ventura. Question from Tracy Q. Do you think focusing on Cassie as the main witness weakens the prosecution's case? Why not widen the case?
When I'm assuming that the question is widen the case regarding other victims, right?
Well, I mean, there are other alleged victims, but she is alleged victim number one. She makes up the racketeering charge. She makes up her individual sex trafficking charge. Her testimony helps support all the charges that are being leveled against Sean Combs.
No, and listen, at the end of the day, all trials are you are convincing a jury or you're explaining a jury, and a jury's going to pick, one of two stories. So to use her to get the story of what P. Diddy did, the illegal things that he did, and to have her as, the protagonist, the victim in your story, it helps them. And I think it's just as wide as they've wanted it, because they're going to include other victims, other crimes, other things that he did, but she's the main protagonist, and I think it's good to have that. Anytime that you're trying to get a jury to understand a story, it's good to, present it in that manner.
Mauricio, we have a good backup question here from Enlin93. Is there any chance the feds have backup charges?
The sweetest
Oh,
moments
that I
deserve
do.
the boldest
I think they
flavors.
have.
Like
I
our new
absolutely
concrete
think they
mixers
have
and
backup
lemonized
charges.
coolers made with
Sure they get them, or is this all or nothing? That's a great question.
I mean, in my opinion and in my experience, I think that they're going to try and hit him with everything that they possibly have. All right now. Now, you see all the time superseding indictments, and let's say if they were to lose, I don't think they're going to stop. They're going to look for other stuff.
Absolutely.
That
Them
could
kids
possibly
gonna
be
come
their
out then.
event. I don't think that they're ever going to rest if they have a public loss like that. But usually, they have to charge everything that they've witnessed in their investigation. Now is the time to bring it up.
Afi, we got a court update I wanted to bring everybody aware to, and I want to throw it to you. So the judge says, I anticipate Mr. David James will be the next witness. How is he relevant? To which the prosecutor responds, as to the means and methods of the enterprise, meaning for the racketeering charge, Mr. Combs threatening to assault employees. So I think that this was a former chief assistant or assistant of some kind, right? I mean, if we're talking about racketeering and we're talking about the people who are part of this criminal enterprise or organization, important witness, right?
Right. So I expect to see a lot more former employees take the stand, but we want to know how he ran his operation, how involved he was with this operation, and how involved and knowledgeable all of these players were. So you've got his personal assistant, you've got his bodyguards, you've got his chef, you've got anyone who was there who assisted him. You might have a massage therapist, but anyone who was there and assisted him with these alleged charges in the racketeering matter. So I expect us to see a lot of that. So, and we also want to see his observations. What did you see? Did you make this appointment? Where? How long was it supposed to last? Were you ever present for the freak-offs? What was Cassie like? Was she always high? Was she sober? Did she seem enthusiastic about it? Did you see her be abused verbally or physically before, during, or after? I expect to see a lot of that from his former employees.
And when they talk about means and methods of the enterprise, it's just the ways in which Sean Combs allegedly conducted this criminal organization.
They need to ask everybody what would happen to you if you did not do what he said do, versus whether it was legal or illegal. See, that's what I would be asking. Every last one of the former employees.
Racketeering conspiracy, there has to be that agreement between Combs and another person or others.
Do you feel like your career would be compromised?
This is interesting. Okay, so Mauricio, I'm going to throw to you interesting evidentiary question. So this is a question from Kate's Game 1. If the missing witness can't be found, so we're talking about alleged victim number 3, can the prosecution use their police interviews, videos as evidence in her absence?
Well, I'm going to say it's hearsay unless they can bring the video in another manner. I've seen them try to, bring in like chats or bring in videos using the person that extracted it, but then there's also evidentiary challenges with that. The short answer is they could try. The rules of evidence exist, but it doesn't mean that the prosecution can't try to ram something down your throat despite the rules of evidence. And that's the constant battle of a trial. A trial is like ready, set, and then start protecting yourself from all the wrong things that they want to try and get the judge to agree to. In my experience, that's what every big case is. So it sounds like if it would be hearsay, and they try to authenticate it through another manner, they can, and that would be a challenge at that time regarding authentication.
Because the defense has a right to cross-examine her. The defense has a right to question her credibility, and if it's a
Yes.
pre-taped recording, what are they supposed to do? I mean, it's a problem.
Right.
So we got a question here from D Princess. I'll throw this one to you, Afi. Do you think Diddy's assistants or security guards will be charged as a co-conspirator? If so, when?
Not if they're a cooperating
I
witness.
don't think that they will be charged as a
Right.
conspirator. I think that they'll bring them out during this trial, and that is what the prosecution expects to use to bury him. But I don't foresee.
Tea sippers. We discussed this over the weekend. Co-conspirators. Co-witness. No. I'm sorry. Cooperating witnesses and co-conspirators. That's what I was prompting you for this weekend. That is what this is about right now. Either you are a cooperating witness or you are a co-conspirator. So what's going to happen to the person who has a subpoena, who is playing MIA? See, that's the problem. A lot of times people don't know consequences, especially this generation. You don't know consequences to stuff like that, especially on a federal level. You just can't, this ain't, missing jury duty. Y'all understand? So that means to me, and I'm sure to them, that if you are insisting, now if you are locked up and they just ain't did the research, if you missing, kind of like the dancer out of New York, who was doing strange things for a piece of change with people he met online. That's just missing. Now, if you just avoiding, that means that you are a co-conspirator. AunTeaFee, you just gonna stare. Yeah. Because she needs to understand that. There are consequences to that. I don't care who you are, boo. Now, if you're being forced and you feel threatened, then you need to reach out to the feds and let them know that. But just avoiding means that you are co-conspirator. That means that they're going to hit you with some charges, baby. Let's keep listening. Diddy was a scary man. Wow. Diddy went to an all-boy Catholic school, elementary and high school. Well, most of the time they go from elementary and then on up to the 12th grade. So he was Hail Mary, Mother of God, the Lord be with you. Holy, holy, holy. And in New York, didn't they have some problems with some touchy-feely priests? All boys? Okay. I'm just saying. Let's go.
Him being charged. I've always thought that. Since January of last year, I've always said I don't believe that he's going to have any other co-conspirators. I think that if he, they were going to be charged, they would be charged by now.
But don't you think, Afi, that's going to be a prime question for cross-examination? Did you take a deal? Were you offered anything by the prosecution? You're accused of, you're basically saying you were part of this alleged criminal activity. Why aren't you charged? I think that's a fair point of cross-examination, Afi.
It's super fair, and I think that the prosecution is going to have to bring that out on their direct. They have a mandate. They want to convict Sean Diddy Combs, and they're going to do whatever they need to do within the bounds of ethics to get that done. It's super normal. It happens all the time. That doesn't mean that I don't think the witness loses any credibility. I don't think the prosecution loses any credibility. It's pretty normal in the practice of law.
So by the way, So we're taking your questions right now as they come in. I will read them and answer them on air, but we're also waiting for more updates in court. No cameras, no audio equipment, but we're doing our best to recount to you as soon as possible in real time what is happening in that courtroom. So we got a question from Rel. I'll throw this to you, Mauricio. If Diddy beat the RICO, racketeering, and sex trafficking charges, will Diddy get time served? The one thing I'll add to this is he's also facing the prostitution charges, transportation to engage in prostitution. And for me, Mauricio, I feel that is
The meat
a
and potatoes.
relatively easier conviction to get him on, right? So if you're talking about transporting alleged sex workers and victims for purposes of prostitution, I don't know. That feels like pretty easy to convict him on, no?
Yeah, it's okay. Do you have the prostitute? Is he going to testify? Do you have the manifest that shows that he was on his private plane? I mean, that's all you got to show. That the testimonial evidence plus whatever airline tickets that he bought and things of that nature is pretty easy to prove. Now, I don't know. I don't even know. Has there been a video of an actual freak off in evidence yet?
Yeah, they saw those pictures.
I don't think an actual full video has been played. I'll get confirmation from producers. But look, I'll say this much, Mauricio. If you talk about that charge, right, and the defense said in their opening statement he was paying these people for their time and experience. Really, I don't feel like that's a great. That's not a good one.
No, that's a bad one. That's a bad one, and it's not gonna fly. And you're already dealing with a
Oh,
jury
boy.
that they don't have to decide whether or not P. Diddy's a bad guy. They
What's his
know he's a
name?
bad guy
Jonathan.
Because they saw a video of him beating up a woman, and really nobody likes a wife beater. Period. So they're gonna be in a position to say whether or not are we gonna acquit this guy that we don't like. And if a jury doesn't like you, that's not a good sign. Like, they could convict you just because they hate your guts, just because they saw that video of you beating her up. And now everything else that she says has credibility because we already saw you beat her down for no reason.
Well, I hear exactly what you're saying, and I think that does become a little bit of a difficulty there. But this jury, I mean, I would love to know what they're thinking right now about this entire case. I don't know. I have no idea. It's so hard. We get our reporting from Elizabeth Milner about them taking notes, checking out, looking in, paying attention. It's impossible to know what a jury might be thinking. Okay. Okay, here's an update regarding one of the questions you had, Mauricio. So the jury actually heard audio about an intense freak-off where... I have to be careful how I say this. There's some profanity used. There's one part, I want to effing see that. It's my life. I will kill you. If you had to pull it up, or I will kill you. So that was a part, right. So there was that whole back and forth about Cassandra Ventura allegedly threatening somebody who had apparently a freak-off tape and was going to release it. Do you know about that, AunTeaFee, right? That came out last week, where she was basically coming out and there was audio of her here saying, if you release that, I'll come after you, Diddy will come after you. That's what I think the allegation was. I don't know what the value of that was. What do you think the value of that whole exchange was?
I don't know if they were trying to show that Cassie is violent and that she maybe had some agency, but to me, it shows me how afraid she was about any video of her in these compromising situations getting out. And that just goes to my argument about consent and consent not being consent when you're being coerced. And the fact that she knew that Diddy had these videos of her and that he could ruin her professional life, which he was in control of at any time. It shows you how afraid she was, how panicked she was, and how her consent was likely forced. So that's the value for me.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what. We got more updates coming in. The jury has officially entered the courtroom once again. The prosecutor says no further questions for Miss Morgan. So Carrie Morgan, this is Cassandra Ventura's best friend who testified earlier. She had witnessed assaults, talked about the changes in her friend. So now we move on to cross-examination.
Hey,
Mark
Max,
Niccolo,
Max.
one of Sean Combs' defense attorneys, asks, you were Miss Ventura's best friend since 2004. Carrie Morgan responds, actually 2001. We met waiting for the Polaroids to develop. I was living in Buffalo. She was in Connecticut. Let me bring in right now. We got another guest. We got this former federal prosecutor.
Hey, whoever
Nima
else is
Rahmi.
coming
Nima,
in. Hey.
so good to see you. Thanks so much for taking the time. Look at this panel right here. It's just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Nima, okay.
Hold on,
Talk
this
to
is
us
her
about what you're
friend.
taking away from today's testimony.
Diddy's a bad guy. They know he's a bad guy because they saw a video of him beating up a woman, and really nobody likes a wife beater, period. So they're going to be in a position to say whether or not are we going to acquit this guy that we don't like. And if a jury doesn't like you, that's not a good sign. Like, they can convict you just because they hate your guts, just because they saw that video of you beating her up. And now everything else that she says has credibility because we already saw you beat her down for no reason.
Well,
Beat her down.
I hear exactly what you're saying, and I think that does become a little bit of a difficulty there. But this jury, I mean, I would love to know what they're thinking right now about this entire case. I don't know. I have no idea. It's so hard. We get our reporting from Elizabeth Milner about them taking notes, checking out, looking in, paying attention. It's impossible to know what a jury might be thinking. Okay. Okay, here's an update regarding one of the questions you had, Marisa. So the jury actually heard audio about an intense freak-off where, I have to be careful how I say this, there's some profanity used. There's one part, I want to effing see that, it's my life, I will kill you, if you had to pull it up or I will kill you and you so that was a part, right. So there was that call back and forth about Cassandra Ventura allegedly threatening somebody who had apparently a freak-off tape and was going to release it. Do you know about that, AunTeaFee, right? That came out last week, where she was basically coming out and, there was audio of her here saying, if you release that, I'll come after you, Diddy will come after you. That's what I think the allegation was. I don't know what the value of that was. What do you think the value of that whole exchange was?
I don't know if they were trying to show that Cassie is violent and that she maybe had some agency, but to me, it shows me how afraid she was about any video of her in these compromising situations getting out. And that just goes to my argument about consent and consent not being
settled
consent
with
when you're being coerced.
male
And the fact that she knew
XXX
that
slave
Diddy
worker.
had these videos of her and that he could ruin her professional life, which she was in control of at any time. It shows you how afraid she was, how panicked she was, and how her consent was likely forced. So that's the value for me.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what. We got more updates coming in. The jury has officially entered the courtroom once again. The prosecutor says no further questions for Miss Morgan. So Carrie Morgan, this is Cassandra Ventura's best friend who testified earlier. She had witnessed assaults, talked about the changes in her friend. So now we move on to cross-examination by Mark Agnifilo, one of Sean Combs' defense attorneys, asks, you were Miss Ventura's best friend since 2004. Carrie Morgan responds, actually 2001. We met waiting for the Polaroids to develop. I was living in Buffalo. She was in Connecticut. Let me bring in right now
like
another
Paris
guest.
Hilton.
We got with us former federal prosecutor Nima Rahmani. Nima, so good to see you. Thanks so much for taking the time. Look at this panel right here. It's just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Nima, okay. Talk to us about what you're taking away from today's testimony. Carrie Morgan, Dawn Richard. What do you think the big takeaways are both for the prosecution and the defense? Who do you think it's helping more?
Certainly helping the prosecution, Jesse. We'll start with Dawn Richard. Look, she got cross-examined by Westmoreland a bit, some inconsistent statements. But whenever you have someone who's corroborating Cassie Ventura's testimony, an independent witness, even though she's filed that civil lawsuit, may have a financial motive, that's helpful for the government. And then moving towards her former best friend, of course, this is someone that we got some very good statements related to control and fear in. Why Cassie Ventura wouldn't leave Combs, because he controlled every aspect of her life. And she too was a victim. Combs went after her with a coat hanger. So now we have a skillet, we have a coat hanger. I mean, you're seeing this pattern of violent activity. So all in all, a very good day for the prosecution, in my opinion.
Nima, because you just joined us, I'm going to throw a question at you. We got questions coming in from our viewers. This is from Melissa Butas. Why isn't the jury sequestered, Nima?
Great question. Look, people don't want to serve as jurors. And now you have a 2-month trial and really a big imposition on their personal lives. You're taking away their cell phones. You're removing them from their friends. And
there is a new $40,000 whole life insurance policy with no 2-year...
like the jurors sequestered, especially in this day and age. You don't want one of the jurors here on Law and Crime or Googling about the case. That's how you end up in a mistrial. But generally speaking, at least if you're thinking about the jurors, they do not want to
I agree.
By the way, I want to thank everybody
I agree,
for coming in
Chris.
here to not only be a part of this, but also all of our viewers for your outstanding questions. So engaged, great questions we're getting. And one of the reasons we can keep putting on these live lunch shows and updating you as soon as possible of what's happening in that courtroom is because we have an amazing partner and sponsor. I just want to call out real quick. It's Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. This firm, let me just say,
etc. So, when you ask why was her testimony so limited, it's by design. It's because the prosecution wanted it to be limited. That would be the only answer there.
Because it's really to support the testimony of Cassandra Ventura, right? It's to say, what did you observe regarding Cassandra Ventura? And she's not, I believe, one of the alleged, identified victims in this indictment, although her testimony about being scared and feeling threatened actually goes to the overall.
Well, he had to settle with her
Sean
because he
Combs
threw that
by,
hangers
the
and gave her
means and methods
concussion.
of this criminal enterprise to keep people quiet or keep people compliant, or also to explain why Cassandra Ventura didn't speak up earlier. Right, Mauricio?
Yeah, and listen, and also, she does have a pending lawsuit, and she's also, I'm sure, on cross-examination, they could have brought up, okay, well, you saw all of this in 2009. You didn't say anything until 2025. I know part of what they're saying is that they were scared of P. Diddy and that he was the type of person that would threaten them. But at the end of the day, she saw these acts of violence, and she never spoke out. She never called the police. So, I guess that the prosecution wanted to just narrowly tailor her testimony to back up Cassie. That would be, make sense.
AunTeaFee, question for you from D Princess. I ask because people keep saying Cassie, agreed to it. Does her originally agreeing harm the sex trafficking charge? I think that means because she admitted she first had agreed to the freak-offs as a way to make her partner, Sean Combs, happy. What do you think?
No, I think that she has a right to initially engage in anything. I think, she can say that she wants to do something 99 times. I don't care how, call it what you want, sexually deviant, a little bit of freaky, a little bit, risque or interesting. She can agree to that 99 times, but the 100th time, when she says she doesn't want to do it, that's when it becomes a problem. It does not matter that she consented early on. Her desires, she shouldn't be shamed for her desires. My point has always been, at what point did it become coercive? At what point was she under a threat of violence? And that's the huge factor in this matter for me.
Nemo, got a super chat question from Nestdog. Nestdog, thank you so much for your super chat question. Why isn't Aubrey O'Day testifying? I mean, if the witness list hasn't been released, how do we know for sure she's not? That's my answer, Nemo. I don't know.
Yeah, we don't know yet.
I thought it was supposed to be released yesterday.
One of a 2-month trial. We're going to have a lot of witnesses that are going to be called in the prosecution's case in chief. We may have rebuttal witnesses. Look, and you bring up like Kate Moss and the Johnny Depp case. Sometimes people weren't initially going to be called, and the defense does something that really opens the door, makes that witness relevant. So I think it's very premature right now to say a witness will or will not be called.
Got another update from court. So this is the continued question and cross-examination by Sean Combs' defense counsel, Mark Agnifilo, of Carrie Morgan. He asks, then you were both in New York City? Carrie Morgan responds, I stayed downtown. She moved to Harlem. Agnifilo asks, have you ever met Kim Porter, who we know was Sean Combs' ex? Yes, probably at a concert. The question then is, was Cassie ever jealous? Morgan responds, yes. Nima, let me throw that to you. The whole Cassandra Ventura was jealous that she wasn't the love of Sean Combs' life, that it was really Kim Porter, focusing on the jealousy. Is the relevance of that to say, hey, this is the reason the relationship deteriorated, this is the reason that there was problems in the relationship,
It don't matter why it
this
deteriorated.
is the reason why Cassandra Ventura is now coming out against Sean Combs? I'm not sure I quite follow what the whole jealousy angle is.
No, because this is
I
not
think
about
there's
their
two
relationship.
parts to it. One is sort of the revenge, right? This is a disgruntled ex that has an axe to grind because she wasn't.
She done
the
got
main
paid.
girlfriend, right? She
She's
was on the
there
side.
because
So
the
that's that.
feds are
But we're
involved.
also going down this line of, essentially mutual combat, right? That Cassie Ventura was also physically violent. She punched Combs, so certainly doesn't excuse it. What the defense is trying to do is say this was a violent relationship. It was a toxic relationship. Cassie too participated in these jealous rages and the violence. Again, they're trying to walk the line between physical violence and sex trafficking. I don't think they're going to be able to do so, but I think that's the argument there, Jesse.
All right, we got another question from, oh my goodness, I'm so sorry if I mispronounced your name, Evangenia Kartsasheva. Okay, apologies if I mispronounced your name. How soon do you think professionals like forensic psychologists will take the stand to help explain manipulation mechanics and why it takes so long for any victim besides Cassandra to speak up? Mauricio, I'll throw this to you.
Probably a little later. Usually the prosecution likes to, start with, really good witnesses and end with a really good witnesses. And usually, expert witnesses like forensics.
Another
like
piece
the
of
one
bread
that this
at
person
the
is
end
describing,
to close the
sometimes
sandwich.
tend to be considered a little boring. So usually, I would expect them to be somewhere in the middle. I've never seen a case where they start or end. I've seen some murder cases where they end with the forensic pathologist just because they want the jury to end with the gruesome pictures of the murder scene. But other than that, they usually sandwich them somewhere in the middle.
Sandwich.
Well, listen, you guys gave great responses to a lot of the questions that I had, a lot of questions that the viewers had. And this, I thought, I always love doing these lunchtime shows because we're breaking down.
This is about trafficking and drugs.
There are so many questions
Absolutely.
and issues and legal arguments in this
Totally
case.
agree.
That I could talk about this probably for another 2 hours. Fortunately, we don't have that time. But Mauricio Padilla, AunTeaFee Patterson, Nima Rahmani, thank you both. Thank you all three of you.
There's
for
no
coming
need
on
to
and
make it
breaking
about
down. Really
anything
appreciate
other
it.
than trafficking.
Thanks, Jesse. Talk soon.
Thanks for having me.
Sex trafficking.
And everyone out there, thank you so much for your
coercion.
questions. Before we wrap things up again, have to thank our partner and sponsor, Morgan & Morgan. Their support helps us.
Okay, so we caught up here. Let's go. Y'all already know where I'm finna go, don't you? Y'all ought to already know where I'm going. No, I'm not gonna go there first. Hold on, let me go here. And then I'm gonna go there.
And what has been an explosive start in the trial of Sean Combs today, a former member of the musical group Danity Kane is set to return to the stand to testify in the case against him. Dawn Richard testified Friday that she saw Combs attack his former girlfriend Cassie Ventura in 2009. CNN's Kara Scannell is outside the court with more details. What all can we expect to hear from her today as she takes the stand and later this week as well?
Good morning, Sarah. So Dawn Richard will be back on the
Hey,
witness stand this
BTS.
morning. Friday, her testimony, she said she witnessed Combs come downstairs into the kitchen, take a skillet with eggs in it, and attempt to hit Cassie Ventura, his then girlfriend, over the head. She also testified that Combs dragged Ventura up to the bedroom and she could hear glass breaking
Yeah,
and
but they
yelling.
said they
The
haven't
next
brought
day,
that up. I
Richard
got
said Combs
pictures.
asked
I
her to
showed
come back
pictures
to his
last
home
night.
into the recording studio. She said he locked the door and then told her where he comes from. People who speak sometimes go missing. She said that she took that as a threat. So she will be back on the witness stand this morning. Her testimony is supposed to wrap up pretty quickly, and then the prosecution is going to call Ventura's former best friend. We heard a lot about her last week. Her name is Carrie Morgan. She's expected to testify, and Ventura testified she was friends with Morgan before she met Combs and was friends with her throughout the relationship until Ventura said Combs hit Morgan, and that ended their friendship. So Morgan expected to be a prosecution witness
She
who will
stayed with
corroborate
him.
some of what Ventura has said. After that, they're going to call a couple of people who worked for Combs, including a former personal assistant, a former chef. The prosecution said they also expect to call an escort this week, as well as Ventura's mother. Ventura has testified that she told her mother about some of the physical abuse at the hands of Combs at one point in their relationship. So she will be another witness that the prosecution is calling this week. And of course, this is just week 2 of what the prosecution says will be 6 weeks of their presenting their case to the jury. Sarah?
And the picture they are painting is one of a man with a lot of power and a man with
A bad
what
temper.
appears to be in their evidence, a scary guy that was threatening to a lot of people. We'll see how the defense deals with that. It's Kara Scannell. Great reporting from the court as usual. Appreciate it.
Emergencies can strike at any time. That's why it's crucial to be prepared. Create
deals with that. It's Kara Scannell. Great reporting from the court as usual. Appreciate it. John?
All right, with us now, former Manhattan prosecutor Jeremy Saland, also former federal prosecutor Elise Adamson. And Jeremy, let me just start with you, because I'm curious, after the testimony of Cassie Ventura, which in a way is the bulk of the prosecution case, what left do they have to do? What are they now trying to do with these witnesses in order to prove the sex trafficking and racketeering charges?
Force, fraud, coercion. Not just a bad, ugly guy doing terrible, horrible things.
Right.
Not a sex abuse case, not a domestic assault case, but that there was this conspiracy to have this criminal enterprise, that all this different foundation of this force, fraud, and
Transportation
these actions
to
on his part,
engage
different
in
players,
prostitution.
building it up to traffic women and men.
Right there.
Too, because you have these male prostitutes across state lines to engage in this commercial sex acts. So it's not just that he beat her. It's not just that he hit her with a skillet. It's not just that he maybe not forced her to take drugs and she maybe did engage on her own in these freak-offs, but it's building that criminal enterprise conspiracy. Much more difficult on its face.
Yeah, and we'll get to the defense, what the defense will be in a second, but at least first, continuing on the prosecution and what they're trying to do in order to prove force, fraud, and coercion. What exactly do they need to elicit from these witnesses? Dawn Richard testified on Friday that she did see an example of abuse. Diddy, she testified how Sean Combs beat Cassie Ventura, or he saw her with a skillet or whatnot. But what more besides that?
Yes, John, you're absolutely right. That
He
is
wouldn't let her
exactly what
leave.
The prosecution needs to show that it was more than a consensual relationship, as the defense
course.
tried very hard to paint during Cassie's
tried to leave more than
cross-examination.
once.
They need to elicit from Dawn Richard more details about this abusive conduct, because recall, on cross, the defense kind of left the impression with the jury that maybe Sean Combs only became violent when he was coming down off of drugs. Maybe he was bipolar. But no, already Dawn Richard has kind of dispelled that by saying he got mad about not answering fast enough and then beat her with a skillet and dragged her upstairs by her hair and then threatened them both. And that is key, because
Force and coercion.
agreeing to do something consensually is one thing, but Dawn Richard basically said she was afraid she was going to die if she did not do what Combs said. So all of that is very corroborative of Ventura's account, and it also goes to Combs' intent, which is key for the trafficking charge.
How will the defense, Elise, we'll keep going with you on this, what will the defense do to counter these witnesses after they come?
Yeah, the defense is going to have to employ the classic playbook, which is to discredit and impeach this witness. So Dawn Richard had a longstanding relationship with Diddy, a professional relationship spanned over a decade. So expect them to ask questions about having seen this abusive conduct and being afraid that she's going to be killed, but continuing to work with him. Asking the motivations. She has her own lawsuit, which she filed against Diddy in September, where she alleges some of this same conduct. But expect the defense to paint that as a money grab, because that would be the motivation for her to provide this testimony if it's not true.
Jeremy, how successful has the defense been so far during its cross of Cassie Ventura in planting some of the seeds that they will need going forward?
They planted some, but nothing exceptional. So if you're going to argue, for example, the timing of a particular rape and whether or not that's accurate, that's a difficult lift to do, because I think they're still established that it was against her will. Do you believe that maybe if she's off by a certain period of time that rape didn't happen? You came back and you returned to him. Was there love? You could love someone at time 1 and still not consent at time 2. You can consent again at time 3 and not consent at time 4. So it's a very difficult thing to do and poke the holes at her. Is it about money? Well, no, I didn't cancel my tour because of the money. I canceled my tour separately. So it's difficult. I don't know if they've done the job they needed to do with her, but I think that goes to the point that there's still a lot more to come. You're going to have text messages. You're going to have the transactional records. You're going to have other witnesses who are going to testify and bolster up Cassie Ventura. It's not just going to rise and fall solely on her shoulders.
You did express some curiosity that Cassie Ventura's mother is on this witness list.
Yeah, you know, a lot of what she's going to likely say would be hearsay. There is an allegation that I came across involving something about the reaching out to the father by Diddy about I'm her father now or I'm her dad now and she's my daughter, basically family set aside. I don't know whether or not the mother was privy to that call, but there's going to be a lot of hearsay in that, so I'm not sure. I don't think there's allegations that she saw the injuries as alleged, but we'll find out. But she's not really a critical witness. I think some of the other players are much more important.
And Elise, just finally, do you think 6 weeks, the prosecution really needs 6 full weeks to lay out its case, given where it is right now?
That's a good question. And I remember thinking after this first week, wow, that's a long time. Ventura testified very early because she's 8.5 months pregnant. They had to get her on the stand. Remember, this is a RICO case, so it's not just about the sex trafficking. Prosecutors have to show that Combs was running his businesses as corrupt enterprises, which means they were organizations that were committing crimes. So I would bet that the balance of this trial is going to be corroborative of Ventura's story. They also have to bring in the other victims, the unnamed victims, but they're also going to have to lay the foundation for this RICO charge and explain how he conspired with more than one person and how he was running bad boy records as a corrupt organization. So they might need that time.
Yeah, data and records often part of RICO cases. We'll see if this becomes a data-heavy case. Jeremy Solan, Elise Adamson, thanks so much for being with us. I do appreciate it.
The viral 30-second pink salt trick that melts fat was actually featured on the Today Show. But for those who missed...
Okay, hold on. I don't know
We're
that.
back here with Elizabeth Milner, who is our in-court reporter for the Sean Diddy Combs criminal trial. Elizabeth, so good to see you. So you were in court today, week 2, continuation of Dawn Richard's testimony. She left the stand, Carrie Morgan on the stand. Before we get to the substance of what they had to say, what is the vibe like in court today? How does Sean Combs appear?
Did we see this already?
Paint the picture for us, because unfortunately, as we know, there are no cameras. There are no audio recordings allowed in that courtroom. What did you see and what did you hear?
Yeah, well, the tone as far as this morning goes, a lot of people are kind of anticipating what would the rest of Dawn Richard's testimony look like, and especially more so, how would the cross-examination and how would Diddy's defense attorneys kind of be able to pull apart essentially her credibility. As far as just everyone inside the courtroom today, it doesn't look like there was that big kind of present for the defendant side that we've seen last week, especially when we came to day 1 and even day 2 of testimony, and that we didn't see any of Diddy's children inside that courtroom, which I think is a little big and a little not big at the same time. We saw images over this weekend that the twins were in during prom season. They were in their prom dresses and that sort. Not 100% sure where the sons are in this kind of picture, as far as are they on the West Coast again, because the twins are about to graduate. So it's unclear why the family presence wasn't so big as it has been for day 1 and day 2. As far as Diddy himself, though, it seems like that didn't necessarily faze him that much. I assume that he, looks forward to seeing his family inside that courtroom, but maybe understanding that they had other obligations. He didn't seem too bothered by that or anything like that. So as far as him being inside that courtroom, it was still the same old Diddy that we've seen, kind of in the same old outfit that we've seen him in as well, too. He was wearing a tan sweater. He had a white undershirt. He had khakis on. When he comes into the courtroom, he comes to his attorneys. He chats with them, all those types of things. And so a lot of people were just anticipating what would it look like once Dawn Richard got back on the stand. And let me tell you something, Jesse, when I saw her on the stand today, and even on Friday as well, too, she appeared like she just didn't want to be there. You could tell that she was very uncomfortable, especially talking about her recollection of her time that she had worked with Diddy, her time after working with Diddy, especially during the cross-examination part. I thought that maybe she would get a little emotional because she just appeared maybe a little nervous, maybe a little intimidated, not necessarily sure, but she was very soft-spoken while she was on that stand today answering.
Lacey joins us now here in Studio 57 in New York with more on this. Caroline, good to see you. So explain what testimony may be thrown out and why.
Yeah, Chanel, it's looking more and more like that testimony will not be thrown out. Obviously, last week was all about the star witness, Cassie Ventura, star victim, I should say. She's victim number 1 in that government indictment. But the testimony from Dawn on her life, the defense attorneys, rightfully so, objected to a lot of this testimony, saying much of it was hearsay. In trials, there are very strict rules of evidence. The judge is concerned that a lot of these now corroborating witnesses may be veering into hearsay, gossip. You only want witnesses to testify, and they're only allowed to testify to things that they directly saw or heard. So that's part of this objection, as well as this statement that Diddy apparently made to her. We're already seeing the defense today really try to get into those inconsistencies in Richard's testimony about whether did she actually witness this abuse or did she just see perhaps the aftermath of it. So that's kind of the issue here. The issue is the scope of the testimony. It does seem that the judge is going to allow that testimony to stand on Friday, but going into more of this testimony today, there may be a sort of a tighter scope around what they can testify to.
Yeah, and I wonder, because you mentioned this, Cassie finishing her days-long stretch of emotional testimony last week, and how will her testimony then impact how the case moves forward?
Yeah, she was a very credible witness, I do have to say. Obviously testified to years of abuse. The defense is already acknowledging that this was a domestic violence relationship. The question is, can the prosecution prove that this was sex trafficking, that this was a RICO conspiracy? So you'll see witnesses this week like Cassie's mother, her best friend of over 17 years, corroborating this information about the abuse. Now, the defense is saying, all right, there were instances of abuse, but how is that relevant necessarily to force, fraud, or coercion relating to sex trafficking? So that's kind of what the argument is here. The defense is saying these are just bad acts witnesses. We call them bad acts witnesses because traditionally that type of testimony is not allowed in trials when that specific conduct isn't being charged. He's not being charged with domestic violence or assault in this case. So that will be an issue coming up. But I think it's all about corroboration this week.
Yeah, that's an interesting point to make. And Caroline, also want to ask just about next steps. Are there any other key witnesses that you'll be expecting to hear from?
Yeah, certainly. Remember, there are other victims in this case. There are other co-conspirators in this case that haven't been charged. So we're expected to hear from personal assistants and chefs, things like that,
Yeah,
to
that Gina
Diddy,
girl
and
gonna
whether or
be
not
hit
they
with being a
are sort
co-conspirator.
of victims as well as co-conspirators. That'll be maybe a fine line to draw, but certainly with information about drug use. Remember, we heard about that potential arson, obstruction of justice. Remember, those are more of the elements involved in this racketeering conspiracy that the government really hasn't gotten on the table yet, and I would expect we would hear this week.
All right, Caroline Polisi, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, this feels almost illegal to know, but our windows were so old and just desperately
Hey,
needed to be
stranger. Hold on. Oh, hold on.
He asked me why I'd make a good assistant.
Oh, no.
I said, can't stop.
Oh, so
won't
Oprah
stop.
on the stand. Hold on.
And
but
I got the
I don't
job.
want to hear him, no. Hold on.
The government said, did he have others? James said,
Mm-mm. Let me go to our girl. Hold on. Mm-mm.
Outside of the Diddy trial, there has been a shocking turn of events. Check. Oops.
There's a fit check. There's been a shocking turn of events. Dawn was on the stand. She gave that same groundbreaking testimony, but you guys, something has changed. Some people say this didn't go good for Dawn. The prosecution tried to make a comeback, but y'all, this might change everything. You guys, we are day 6 live from the Diddy trial. Let's get into it. The girl was live in the main courtroom, not in the overflow room, watching and seeing everything. You guys, I don't know what to think of this. However, we are going to make sense. This changes everything. Diddy was sitting back. He was very confident. If you want to know the fit check, there are people, I think, graduating with their citizenship for the U.S. Congrats to the U.S. still letting people in. But this changes every single thing. Okay, so where do we start? Okay,
we know it don't, but let's just listen.
He had on the same tan sweater. Now, this is surprising because the judge said he can have 5 different sweaters. I think he's worn that tan one twice, but I guess that's his favorite one. Okay, he came in, he was color coordinating with his publicist. It's important to note, none of the kids were there. I'm glad the publicist actually finally started listening and said, wait a second, this is a bad look. When you are talking about incredibly freaky, deaky, just not PG or family stuff, when you are talking about incredible violence, sitting there with your family, even your adult boys, who still look like they're in their early 20s, looking stone-faced, kind of makes it seem like, I don't know, it's just a family of degenerates. None of the kids were there. I think that was a very, very good look. Diddy's publicist was there, looking super beautiful. And a dress that actually matched Diddy. It makes me wonder, are they color coordinating? Diddy, the seating chart, he was sitting next to Brian Steele, that is his boo-coo, Mark Garagos, but then when Teeny came, Teeny was the one that actually went. Teeny was the one that actually sat by him. Okay, so we all have that, right? Diddy seemed worried coming in, but as Don's testimony unfolded, he got a little. We're about to get into the testimony, but let me just say this. When it comes to legal, law is not win or decided with one testimony unless there's a smoking gun, right? It's a house and you build it brick by brick. Everybody's testimony builds to make a story, a web so strong that there is no way that you can escape, okay? So keep in mind, when one person has a bad day of testimony, unless that testimony bad is Diddy, because he is the main person, one testimony will not make or break. Keep in mind, we are on day 6. This is expected to go all the way to July 4th. Some people even say this is going to go to July 18th. Keep in mind that Diddy's team has 2 weeks to come on to their defense. Now, a couple of interesting things that happened. We know some of the people that is going to be testifying. Okay, they name dropped Capricorn Clark. They name dropped in somebody named Mia. Of course, that is an alias. We have a bunch more people. It is shaping up who is going to be on Diddy's side and who is not. Now, listen, they didn't say that Diddy's head of security, or at that time head of security, D-Rock, would actually be named as a co-conspirator. However, his name came up a lot. Diddy's team brought it up a lot. It seemed like Diddy's team would kind of be like, oh my God, D-Rock didn't do anything. But also low-key, whenever they said somebody's name, there was an instant, but they were like, who else was there? And Dawn was like, security? Who was security? Roger Bonds, and at that time, D-Rock. So they asked to enter in the pictures of D-Rock in the evidence, and they put it on the screen. And they were like, do you know who's on the screen? And she was like, that's D-Rock, right? The funny thing is, D-Rock's tip picture, he looked like America's Most Wanted. He looked like just untrustworthy. They picked the worst picture they could pick to make him look shifty as all get out. Then they were like, do you recognize who that person is? And she's like, yeah, that's Roger Bonds. Roger Bonds' picture was sitting there.
That's what we listened to last night.
$1 million Hollywood smile. He looked so wholesome, so happy. He had a face.
Cannabis. It's not just legal in 38 states. It's a $36 billion global.
He looked so wholesome, so happy. He had a face of mother with love and trust. I said, you know what? The prosecution is kin, and I'm here for it. Baby, everybody knows that.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody knows that when you get into, you like the 60 split, got the curls going, right? Everybody knows, shout out to the half wig. Everybody knows that when you, listen, law is nothing but theater. And if you don't know how to run theater, then baby, you shouldn't be in law, okay? And the prosecution, they was keying while putting up a picture of D-Rock looking like a certified dirtbag and Roger Bonds looking like a choir boy, right? Anyway, Summer Party 1999 says, brains, beauty, tenacity, you got it all. Keep going with the good work, Miss Tisa. You are my go-to for this trial. Thank you so much. Lisa McClung said, I became a member this morning. Thank you, Lisa. I love you, Tisa. I love you too, Lisa. You are definitely a true teller. I know Epsom salt is great, but I've always been a cowgirl girl. I've been doing the Epsom salt just to make sure. And you guys, I really want to give a shout out to everybody that has been helping me fund this trip. Everything I am paying out of my pocket is a love story to you guys. Everything from security to accommodation to defense. So I really enjoy you guys. And thank you for helping me last week to actually extend my trip. We're going to go all the way to the top. All right, let's get into this Dawn stuff. Oh, thank you. It's good to see you too, Mama. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so let me sit down because it's windy and I got on like a tennis skirt and that thing is blowing up. So let me just sit down before I give everybody a real show. Okay, so where are we at with this, okay? Y'all like this? Y'all like the curls? Y'all like the thing? Right? Once I discovered half wigs 2 years ago, I was like, not wigs, but half wigs. I was like, I ain't never straightening and curling my hair again. Anyway. All right,
y'all
so listen,
do not like her.
So what happened, all right? Diddy, no cap, blah, blah, blah. Okay, now, I'll get into this, but there was a little back and forth over what could be submitted. That's when we actually found out who would be the conspirators, some of them, and who would actually be the witnesses. Harvey Pierre, I believe, is definitely going to be named as a co-conspirator. His name came up over and over and over. Now, there's a chance Mr. Pierre is testifying against Diddy, but I doubt that very much. But you never know. Let's see, right? We also got, hold on, y'all. We also got, there is Miss Morgan. That might be Capricorn Clark. There is Kid Cudi's name came up.
She's the
Mr.
dancer.
James's name
Wasn't her
came
name
up.
Morgan, who did the
Capricorn Clark,
coordinating?
Roger Bonds, James Diamond.
Oh, that's that other girl.
I'm sorry, James. Of course, Dawn, she was testifying. Again, Harvey Pierre is going to be a co-conspirator, right? To overcome hearsay because specific threats made to Dawn with violence. There was also David James. There was, I think that was actually James, okay? It was USA Attorney Slonick that was doing the questions. I thought she did an amazing job. Who else did they talk about? Oh, they talked about the chef. The chef, I believe, is Chef Robles. It looks like she is going to be testifying against Diddy, of course. Listen, the defense tried to get a lot of this testimony barred. However, they did get a lot of testimony actually taken in, you know? Listen, everybody hit the like button. You know I'm trying to grow. Please, the encouragement means so much. All right, let's get into this. Now, listen, some people say that Dawn was useless. Let's get into it because I don't think so. Honeybee said, God bless you, Tisa, for all that you do. Excellent reporting. Now, listen, let me be clear. Dawn seemed like at first that she was actually changing her story. Malika Garrett, thank you so much for the super chat. Where my bumblebees at? I'm sitting by the garage. The other day when we were here, there were giant, cute little chubby, furry bumblebees flying around. I said, ooh, good luck. Anyway, right? I was stalking a bumblebee on my live. Cousin Pam said the fit is fitting and the hair is giving. That girl, love it. Oh, thank you. Okay, so listen. We need to say this before we get into Dawn's testimony because I'm always going to be hard. Was it the strongest? No. Okay? Because, Miss Westmoreland, that is the black woman on Diddy's team. She is very, very excellent, okay? She did a great job. I see why Brian Still and her work closely together. Her, Xavier, and Brian Still are on the MF money, right? They are a problem that the prosecution needs to get on their thing. The rest of Diddy's team, okay, whatever, right? But I definitely think that they are a problem. So, where are we? Where are we? Oh, thank you, Mama. So, where are we at with this? Okay, let's get into Dawn's testimony, right? Okay. So, first of all, the U.S. attorney starts off and they talk about the Dawn with the egg skillet and Diddy calling us back. She says, can you take us through that again? Okay, Crystal Cove, thank you so much for the super chat, right? Listen, also really quick, yeah, okay, so listen, so that actually happened, right? However, she went back to Cassie that she tried to hit him with the skillet, right? That Diddy told her that was just passion, that they were seeing that Cassie was okay, that if they said anything, they would go missing. She took that to mean they would be murked. She didn't react. She was shocked and scared the first time with dirty money around them, and she didn't want to continue. She said she saw Cassie frequently after that, studio, hotels, and house. And studios, the hotels, and of course, Daddy's house, Diddy's house, whatever. They said Daddy's house was a studio. She said she saw frequent violence. And they asked, what was the violence? She said, I saw him punch Cassie in the mouth and stomach. I saw him choke her. I saw him drag her. Now, pay attention to this testimony, right? Y'all know I'm going to give the dramatic interpretation. I'm trying to get a good angle. I'm like sitting in the sun. I'm trying to give the dramatic interpretation. But honestly, y'all, like, I think a lot of people will say this wasn't good. I didn't see it like that. I saw this as the prosecution prepping all the witnesses to be completely honest, whether it's good, bad, or ugly. No need to play to the crowd. No need to put 20 on 10. Tell them what you felt and tried. I thought that Cassie and Dawn were very, very truthful. And let me just listen to this, right? But again, she got tripped up with Miss Westmoreland, and there were some parts that I was like, ooh, there were some parts where I was like, ooh, I fear Miss Westmoreland just ate Dawn all the way up, okay? We got to call a spade, all right? She said, why did Cassie do that? Did hit? And she said, why? Anytime she spoke up, she said Kathy was super, super soft-spoken. It was random, and she wanted to perform, and she had an opinion. If she opened her mouth, Diddy would be like, bah, 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 right? Bah, 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 bah. Anyway, right? Again, Cassie was very quiet and soft-spoken. She said that he thought, they were like, well, how come you didn't stick up for her? This is the prosecution still testifying, questioning Dawn. She was like, yo, I felt like if I spoke up, if this is the way he treated his girl that he was supposed to love, what was he going to do to me? Someone that he didn't know he was giving an opportunity. And to be honest with you, I needed that dirty money stuff, right? She said, who was present when she was beaten? She said, Capricorn Clark, Harvey Pierre, and Mia. I have it on good authority that Capricorn Clark is testifying for the prosecution. Harvey Pierre, we don't know yet. He might have flipped, but it sounds like he was actually testifying. And then, of course, you got Mia, right? Mia testifying for the prosecution. Okay. Those are the people that witnessed this. They said Mia and Capricorn were Diddy's assistants and the head of Brownworth. It makes me think, is Mia KK? Because how many other assistants did this man have? Was that KK? Jay also said D-Rock and bonds for security. Again, that's where the prosecution started.
Get your free copy of my new best-selling book, Commercial Real Estate Investing for Beginners.
Jay also said D-Rock and bonds for security. Again, that's where the prosecution started King, and they put up a dirtbag picture of D-Rock. The government was King, all this other stuff. Putting up a picture of Roger Bonds looking so wholesome and happy. I said, okay, I see what you guys are going. They said that what would happen when Diddy hit Cassie? They said nobody would do anything. Security wouldn't even respond. They said, where did she hit her? I saw him hit her in the face, the lips, the eyes, the knees, right? Did Cassie use clothing and glasses to cover up? They said at the festival to announce Dirty Money, there was a particularly horrifying scene. They were getting ready in Diddy's New York City apartment, right? And Cassie and Diddy were arguing in the hallway right outside of, we're arguing in the hallway. Y'all see the federal building? We're arguing in the hallway right outside of the bathroom where Kalina and Dawn were doing their makeup, okay? They said, Dawn said she saw Diddy punch Cassie in the face with a closed fist. Cassie went into the bathroom. I guess the door was open. Cassie went into the bathroom crying, and she was just looking for some way to, make sense of it, okay? Listen, Dawn said she saw Cassie's eyes swelling. Cassie literally started going to work doing makeup to hide. She said she wore sunglasses, right? She said she remained by Cassie's side after the beating, right? There was a picture that the prosecution put up when Cassie was wearing sunglasses, Dawn was wearing sunglasses, and Kalina were wearing sunglasses, and none of them took the sunglasses off because they said they did that in solidarity with Cassie, okay? She also said there was a 2010 incident. Antonia, thank you so much. You said thank you for all you do. I love your commentary. Thank you, Antonia. There was a 2010 incident in a West Hollywood restaurant. They said Diddy punched Cassie in the stomach. There were people from Bad Boy Label. There were celebrities. Diddy punched Cassie in the stomach. They were like, who was there that worked for Diddy? And Dawn was like, because the prosecution only asked her, and this is important to remember, who was there that worked for Diddy? Victoria Anderson, thank you so much for the super chat. Dawn said HP, right? Harvey Pierre, Capricorn Clark, Mia, Roger Bonds, and also somebody called Glenn Harper, right? They showed a picture of Harvey Pierre. They put up a picture of him looking sinister in his suit, looking like Lex Luthor. I said, the prosecution is king. They said Harvey Pierre answered to Diddy. He did nothing about intervening, but Harvey Pierre got in the car to head, so they all got in the car, the little Sprinter bus, to head back to the LA house. Kimberly Coynes, thank you so much for the super chat. They were arguing. D-Rock was driving. Diddy was sitting next to Cassie. Dawn and Kalina were sitting in the last seat, right? Romel P, thank you so much for the super chat. She said out the blue, Diddy literally grabbed Cassie by the neck and slapped her. Slapped her mouth and told her to shut the F up. And everybody went quiet for the rest of the trip, all right? Now, she said Cassie had big dreams. She wanted to make an album. She wanted to be a superstar. Diddy didn't like when they talked to Cassie about anything. Diddy didn't like when they talked to Cassie about the album. Nicola, thank you so much for the super chat. Daniela Johnson, you said thanks for what you do. Thank you so much. You guys, thank you so much for all the funding. Okay, so what else happened? Diddy would be calm. Sometimes Diddy would be calm. Sometimes he would be angry, volatile. It really didn't matter whether he was calm or volatile. One thing for certain was he was hitting Cassie out the blue in front of everybody, and everybody would just act like it didn't happen. They said when that happened, Cassie just looked out the window sad for the rest of the thing. Latoya Neely, thank you so much for the super chat. Listen. Now, Kalina did say whenever she got Cassie alone, she would tell Cassie, yo, you should you are a victim. You should 100% leave, right? Diddy was made aware of the discussion because Cassie Ventura would tell Diddy, yo, they told me to leave you, right? Diddy went up to her and said, yo, you better stay the NF out of my relationship. You're here to work. Listen, and he also, Harvey Pierre and Diddy both said if y'all keep going at this trying to make Cassie leave me, things are going to get very dark and sinister for you, right? And that they would pay for it. The consequences for not staying in line. Listen, anyway, they said Harvey Pierre would speak to her and say this is going to get dark and lonely for you if you don't start listening to Diddy and leave Cassie alone.
LP,
but she said
a lot
she
of
couldn't
people,
because what she saw and witnessed was
LP
beyond.
for real. LP for real, not you too. LP. LP. Where you been? Because we done covered this all last week. Where you been? A lot of people stay. A lot of people stay. A lot of people have stayed longer than 11 years for domestic violence. I mean, you know, and we trip like we don't understand. Hell, a lot of people's mama have dealt with domestic violence and she stayed with her boyfriend, y'all daddy, whole bunch of that. Even if we go back in the day, when people's great pawpaw, I just hate to mimic Color Purple, but it's like when back in the day and they came to court the younger girl, and for some money, the parents, the daddy would let you take the daughter on, and a whole bunch of abuse went on, and Big Mama Mem stayed for years, because Back in the day, he was the provider. A lot of times it's generational. A lot of times people who have domestic issues in their family, they tell the guy who they think love them and is going to protect them their family secrets. As soon as things happen, he used that against them and then become abusive. I call that re-victimizing a victim. So a lot of people do. Now, whether you know it or not, a lot of people do. Even today. They just cover it up well. Okay? And the reality of it is her 30 million, 20 million, she had years ago. Years ago. So her going on the witness stand didn't have nothing to do with her taking the settlement. It has everything to do with her being a cooperating witness. But let's be clear. It's a lot of women, you know, that are in domestic violence situations and staying for kids. Staying because they don't know what to do. They don't feel like there's nothing out there. And if I do try to leave, he gonna ill me. So don't do that. We beat this up last week. I know you weren't here, but we beat this up with a baseball bat. And a lot of people. I mean, they've already had a specialist come on last week and define what the sickness is. It's called fawning.
Brutal. Now, I'm just telling you, this is what Dawn with the prosecution. We are about to get to the defense where Miss Westmoreland did her thing, but I think that the prosecution came back and did a good job of explaining everything all over again. Abjit Bunder, thank you so much for the super chat. And also, Ashley Poole, 3161, thank you so much for the super chat. Okay, so listen. She said that she saw Diddy with drugs in the studio. Hold your power. Thank you so much for the super chat. She said she saw Diddy with drugs in the studio with a little LB pouch. What was in there? She said that he had a dealer that would bring him drugs, Plan B, birth control, E, Molly. Diddy had a certified CVS, a Walgreens literally bought to him. Plan B and drugs and birth control. Now, why does that tie in? Why is that Plan B so important? Because remember when he said, right? Remember when everybody said that Cassie, Diddy didn't want her to use protection when she was with the sex workers. And remember how the government is asserting that Diddy had, somebody said, is Gene Deal here? Will you be interviewing him? If I see Big Unk, I will be interviewing him, right? Owen W., welcome to the Tattletales. And Pretty Brown one said,
she found him too.
Love watching you. Keep up the great work. Thank you so much. So anyway, listen. This feeds into my mind, because there's the thing. A lot of people are looking at this perspective like, ooh, tea, this and that. And don't get me wrong, there is tea. That's why I'm in the middle of a break on this. But on the other hand, you got to think about it. This goes into the point of Diddy having complete control over Cassie. Think about it. Why would you have your drug dealer bring Plan B and birth control? Okay? It's like a verifiable CVS. Like she said, Cassie is a grown woman. Cassie made grown woman decisions. If you're making grown woman decisions, then why does Diddy have his drug dealer bringing E, Molly, ketamine, but Plan B and birth control? That's to make sure that Cassie took her birth control. Diddy didn't want to rely on Cassie. He wanted somebody to give it to.
No, he knew that they was going to bust a nut and she could get pregnant. So you just be going to have that there just in case.
He wanted somebody to give it to her and administer to it. The Plan B, Diddy liked for sex workers to blank inside of Cassie.
Right.
Why? Because Cassie, according to people, I think Cassie said it, Diddy liked for the sticky stuff stuff to be spread over his nipples whenever he took Cassie. Oh no, according to the SMEX worker, whenever he took Cassie in the room alone, he liked for it to be spread on his bosom, if you will. Do you see how this is all tying together? You see what I'm saying? And I get it. But it may, when I remember I said it's a house, not like it's a brick by brick is how you.
And we also have to remember that she said that they couldn't use condoms. Diddy said they couldn't use condoms. So he had to have plan B on hand because he knew that they was going to, release. And just in case, just have some plan B there because they're going to release, to avoid pregnancy. Controlled, forced. She didn't even want to kiss in the mouth. And Diddy said they had to force. Forced. What if I don't want to take a plan B? She gonna have to. I mean, why else would he have his pharmaceutical sales guy bring them? It's forced. Just like he wanted them to release and her to reach down there and get it. I mean, they could have pulled out and released, right? And he still would have been able to put some on his nips, right? So if they'd have pulled out, but she said he could have got it out of the rubber, right? Mm-hmm. That's not how he wanted it. He orchestrated it exactly the way he wanted to go down. It's force.
Justice. All these little details are leading credence to past testimony.
Absolutely.
Why, if Cassie was the grown woman that completely anatomy, were you in charge of making her take Plan B whenever you wanted? Were you in charge of making her take birth control? What? Cassie didn't even have, as a grown woman, like the defense said, complete autonomy even over her body.
Absolutely.
BB said, as a DV and child SA survivor, your work has been healing to my soul. Oh, BB, thank you so much. Sending healing energy to you for subject, right? So, what else happened, right? They said this person that supplied Diddy traveled everywhere, right? Both domestic and international. It was in an LV little happy sack. Diddy never changed his way. Let's not forget, Brandon was taken with like a little happy sack, probably LV too. They said that Diddy offered drugs to to Dawn, Kalina, and Cassie Ventura. Dawn says, I never took drugs. I mean, I smoked a little weed, but I didn't take drugs, okay? The defense was like, on the cross was like, you never took drugs? Dawn was like, I mean, I pretended to sometimes, but I really never took them. And I said, shout out to me, I'm drug-free too, baby. I know how that is. Everybody partying, and you're like, yeah, I'll see you guys, right? They said, she said that she saw a gun with Diddy in the studio. Now, multiple people have said that Diddy stayed with that hammer on them. On top of that, please let us remember, and this is the most shocking thing, they found how many choppers in Diddy's LA home when they raided it with the serial numbers filed off in the closet. Like, get out of here, right? She said Diddy kept his gun in his lower waist bag. D-Rock and Roger Bonds also kept them hammers in their lower back. She said it was a fearful environment until 2000, until they left. She said that she was a singer. Diddy would always reach out to her only when she was doing good. And first he would try to FaceTime her. She wouldn't answer. He would keep having more and more. Honeybee Bears, thank you so much for the super chat. Diddy would keep having more and more and more reach out to her until she finally answered, right? She said because she knew the way Diddy ruled, she was always pleasant and kind to Diddy. They said that when she left, Diddy and her repair said, you better not expose anything that you found out or there will be problems. She said in 2024, after Cassie filed her lawsuit, in 2023, she was ready to share. She filed a civil lawsuit. She talks about the treatment of others. The lawsuit is still pending. She's not aware of any settlement money that was demanded.
So yesterday, y'all, we remember we heard her say that she was loyal. She was loyal to Diddy. I think maybe this is too triggering for me. And it may be. I'm just not going to re-victimize. I'm just not. I can very well say that I would never, fall into those type of traps, but that don't mean that my nieces or my sisters or somebody I know and love may not. There are a lot of emotional, there are a lot of people in the world who have been victimized as kids, and trauma is still up under that rug, and we just don't understand how powerful generational curses are, and some kids have seen their mom tolerate a whole bunch from men, and may not have even realized that they picked up some of those characteristics. It's just a lot of stuff. And because I know we, the people, don't even want to acknowledge that rug, still are loyal to what goes on in the house, stays in the house, even to their own trauma, because they really don't want to touch it at this point because they feel like they've suppressed it. And so I respect people who are identifying with what's going on right now for whatever reason. And I just don't think it's fair to know a reality and know how that traumatic experience could with empathy, and act like she should have known, was she dumb, or man, she just wanted the money. Those are things that predators say. Predators, yeah, I'm just saying. So predators, that's how they manipulate. She knew what she was getting into. She had on them little short. She just did this for money. She didn't have to do it. She already got money 2 years ago. But the reality of it is that because some of it she did want to be a part of, and she did make those phone calls because he wanted to freak off, and she was in charge of picking them. She was in charge of making contact with them. So she becomes a co-conspirator. So at this point, either you're a co-conspirator or you are a cooperating witness. So what we saw out of Cassie, she told on herself. So she's a cooperating witness. And it had nothing to do with the money that she already had. Because if this case would not have been presented by the feds, we wouldn't have known about the settlement that she made with him. But nobody wants to touch that. We would not have known. Let's just keep it real. If the feds not have raided him, picked up them pictures, leaked that video. She didn't leak that video. She threatened to kill somebody who said that they was going to leak the video, has shown the video. The feds leaked that video. So what was she supposed to do? Shit. She did what she was supposed to do.
but she is expecting justice. But she has not received any compensation so far for her work and music from Diddy. Sherry Hunt, welcome to the Tattletales, right? So anyway, listen. At that point, this is my note. Dawn seems really good, right? She can't be moved. She has the great tone. She's in control of phrasing. And that's when things went off the rails. So Westmoreland was like, so you said in your civil suit that you saw him hit Cassie with a frying pan, right? And when you spoke to the U.S. attorneys, you said that he attempted to hit Cassie with a frying pan.
Damn.
So which is it? And at one point you said you heard him do it. So which is it? Was it attempted? Did you see it? Or was it heard, right?
She missed the spirit.
V. Roman niece said he needs to give it up. Now, here's the thing, right? And we got to be real about this, right? When that happened, I get it. I was like, oh my God, Dawn just got caught in a lie. But as Dawn kept saying, this is stuff that is more than a decade old. And when you think of things that are trauma, you push it out your head.
Absolutely.
To me, all the violence Dawn said Diddy did, the only thing that Diddy's attorney can say is, well, you said I hit her in the head with a frying pan, and I attempted to hit her head in a frying pan. And I was like, are you really basing your defense about it didn't connect, and what did it do? You know what I'm saying? It just didn't make sense, right?
Yeah, you missed and then you dragged up them
steps. When this
steps.
happened, Diddy sat back because he was enjoying all this. He really thought that Dawn was getting discredited. I didn't see it because in my mind, I was like, you're cherry picking random details, which honestly wasn't a good look that she can remember. But at the end of the day, sorry y'all, she's cherry picking random details. But at the end of the day, like, you're not talking about any of the other violence. But you're saying like, okay, I may have hit her 99 times, but that one time I didn't do anything. And I'm like, okay, I guess, right? Then they went into, okay,
what about when you drugged her up the stairs and beat her?
like, do you know the difference between hitting versus throwing? And Dom was like, yeah, I do. And she said, do you know the difference between throwing eggs and throwing a pan? And I'm like, okay, like, what issue are you making? If somebody says they hit you in the head with a pan, or threw the pan at you, or threw the hot eggs from the pan, at the end of the day, you inflicted violence, right? Okay, it's right. She actually threw eggs, right?
Today, I'm going to teach
that's
you
crazy.
the pink salt trick that even Hollywood actresses are keeping under wraps, or as they call it, home.
Now, they said they're hearing, and then she did say, okay, but one time you testified, you heard the pan hit the wall. Now, that was a little damaging, because I was like, there's a big difference between hearing a pan hit the wall and actually saying something. So, Nino676, well, Lisa, good morning. First of all,
What I thought I heard her say was that he threw the skillet from the eggs and she ducked down or dropped down so that and had she not dropped down or ducked down or fell down or whatever, it would have hit her in the head. That's what I thought I heard. And then he grabbed her and yanked her up and went upstairs and you heard commotion and beating. That's what I heard.
oh, thank you. Always love your outfits. Thank you for super chat.
With
You
my
are
good
amazing.
ear.
I love your professionalism. If the tea ain't coming from you, not good. Thank you so much. Gene Dill said, Gene Dill is there. Did you see him yet? So I'm out on a break. I sneak out. I'm in the main courtroom. Gene Dill might be in the overflow. I'm going to try to catch him. If y'all got access to him, tell him I'm looking for him. I'll probably see him after court. Latrice Strong, thank you so much for the super chat. I wonder if Gene Dill is testifying, but let's get into this, right? Okay, so there was the best of the recollection. She said, how did you explain saying 4 different stories? She said, to the best of my recollection. Now, let me tell you this. This was when I looked and I said, okay, Diddy's team is having the key. Because everybody knows that the reason why the U.S. Attorney's Office calls you back so many times over things that are over like decades old, it's for very, very simple reason. Because the more you ask people stuff, the more they remember. Especially if it's trauma that they want to push through the back of their head. But honestly, even with like an ex that I couldn't stand, people had to remind me that stuff actually happened, because as time goes, you literally do forget stuff, but the more you talk to people around it, the more you start, the more it comes back. That is literally the meaning of recollection. Honestly, if I ask you what happened, like, and even if it was traumatic things you actually tend to push out. Again, not making excuses for Dawn, but things typically like that happen. Jazz Fit said, love you, preach. Thank you so much, Jazz. Okay, so they also had, so they said, okay, you had like 8 interviews with the U.S. attorneys, and Dawn was like, yeah. And she said, you forgot to say that you thought that he said people go missing, and Dawn was like, no, that's not true. I said it a few times, but it took me a time to jog my memory, right? F, you said appreciate you and your work. Love and peace from Germany. Thank you so much. Let me tell you something. I really honestly do feel with that they literally are having a key too, because at the end of the day, she did tell the U.S. Attorney's office that she feared for her life with Diddy, okay? She said there was other incidents of hitting with D-Rock, Cassie, of course, Capricorn Clark, which is, so then they asked about, what about the time when you said Diddy got punched in the, no, Diddy punched Cassie in the stomach. Hey, how you doing? Oh, thank you. So I was like, what about the time when they are saying, like, Cassie, no, she said, listen, I saw Cassie get punched in the stomach in a restaurant in West Hollywood, and there were celebrities and staff around. So then the prosecution was like, really? There were celebrities? She was like, yes. She was like, who was there? She said, Jimmy Levine, Ajay, Jimmy Levine, Neil Kane, all these people. And she was like, oh, how come you didn't mention that the first time? And she's like, because prosecution asked me who were the employees. And she's like, oh, so you just forgot all these celebrities? And she was like, no, they didn't ask me. Again, when you are on the stand, you must only answer the questions that you were asked. If I ask you what you ate for breakfast, you cannot tell me in any way what you ate for lunch. Do you feel me? Y'all feel me, right? Anyway, right? They spotted. So then she was like, you also said that Cassie was drug up through the grass. And she was like, no, I never said that. And they were like, you didn't say that? And she's like, no, that was a miscommunication from my thing. So here's the thing, right? I saw what she was doing. She was trying to impeach her. But as much people say that Dawn got caught lying, is Dawn was caught lying? The lawyer, Miss Westmoreland, who's very, very good, right? She would have, Brian Still's whole team, or the people, I don't know if she's on this team, but they definitely clicked up, right? The lawyer would have impeached her. Dawn did not get impeached. She had a good excuse for why she couldn't remember, even though she's like, you kept changing your story. You guys, can we get out of the habit? Just because somebody says you're having an affair, the witness said, I'm not having an affair, and the lawyer keeps referring to it as an affair, that doesn't make it an affair. The same way if she said, oh, your story changed, no, it evolved over time. And again, that's why the police, when they interview witnesses or suspects for even a crime, the police and the detectives visit you multiple times. You don't just sit there, right? You don't just sit there and keep going, more and more and more. You don't just say, oh, we already talked to you. You keep going. Anyway, Lisa McClung, thank you so much for the super chat. Oh, also, I want to say what's up to Stacy. Stacy said, you're awesome and working hard, girl. I'd love to be there with you and talk about the saga. Keep up the good work. You guys, I think I'm going to start interviewing people that actually watch the trial to get their opinion so we can start having man on the street interviews. IJN121 said, girl, you better work doing a fab job. Thank you so much, you guys. Okay, so another thing, right? They said, what about this when you said Cassie got punched in the face, right? Official Lee said, love you. He said, Lady Diane, he said, this is better than network coverage. You go, girl. Thank you. So that was the time they also tried to literally trip up.
Okay, hold on.
And they were like,
hold on.
yo, what
She has an update. Hold on.
You told the government that you saw Cassie being punched in the face. And she's like, that is correct. And she was like, but was it not? SWOT is an analysis of strengths and weaknesses. Okay, thank you. Okay, so wait.
Dang, what if we missed?
Gonna have to check. The judge was like, all right, get to it. I'll tell you one thing, Judge Aaron is doing an excellent job of and so much so that she hit her head on the concrete, and then he proceeded to beat her. Let's also not forget Cheyenne Roundtree and the information he just gave you guys. This might have just ended the Diddy trial. The mic drop that they did the way Cassie's BFF was on the stand and went the bat for Cassie, the way Diddy could not spin it all, you guys, this was a horrible day in court for Diddy. It seemed like he was flying high off of the Dawn testimony, even though I don't know why. I'm live outside the court. If you guys don't see, there we go. All right. Listen, so here's the funny thing, right? It seems like Diddy was doing good with the Dawn testimony. Some people think Dawn did horribly. I did. And listen, every witness is not going to be a perfect witness. She didn't get caught in any lies at all. If they did, they would have impeached her. They did not. She did say that as she kept going, she kept discovering more and more memories. I think it's a perfect valid excuse for things that are 10, 15 years old, right?
Right.
Now, what I did find interesting about Dawn is she 100% corroborated a few things. What were those? She corroborated the coercion, the force, the violence. Interestingly enough, and Diddy's trying to say this isn't a pattern, but interestingly enough, and I think we have to talk about this, Dawn saw Diddy drag Cassie up the stairs and make a show and beat her.
Right.
Carrie testified, that's Cassie's BFF, that she saw Diddy grab Cassie in Jamaica. She had a black guy, everybody knew, and drag her down a 40-foot or 50-foot driveway. And so much so that she hit her head on the concrete, and then he proceeded to beat her. Let's also not forget Cheyenne Roundtree and Nancy Dillon actually did an amazing video where they talked about how unprompted Diddy dragged his college girlfriend out of her dorm and viciously beat her while everybody screamed and yelled from their dorm rooms. Again, say what you want. This seems to be a pattern with Diddy, which gets into the RICO. Now, the funny thing is, and we're going to jump around, I want to get into the assistant's testimony first, then we'll get into Cassie's BFF testimony, then we're talking about the way that this was a bad day for the defense. A lot of testimony they wanted stricken. They got everything in. This other guy, his ex-personal assistant, I think his last name is James, or maybe his first name's James, I'll get into that, right? He literally, and this is the interesting thing about it, he literally proved the RICO. He is the first puzzle in the RICO. You guys, we have to get into this because it was devastating. And I mean devastating how they actually ended it. Okay, let's get into the notes. Y'all, listen. Again, I know what everybody's saying about Dawn. Diddy felt so comfortable, baby. This was the worst day ever for Diddy. I know he rules the day he ever hired that personal assistant. But you know what, Diddy? That's the way the cookie crumbles. All right, let's get into... you know what? Actually, let's get into the Hey, what's up, Honeybee Therapy? Let's get into the cross-examination of Cassie's best friend. No, you know what? No. We're going right into, this guy. We're going right into Diddy's former personal assistant. I took a bunch of notes because when I tell you they left it on a mic drop moment, this is the first time we actually see the RICO. I've seen it, right? But this is the first time that they've broached building up the RICO case, and I mean something that shows that Diddy is a monster and that Diddy. Now, interestingly enough, none of the baby oil bandits were in court. None of the girls were in court. I understand they just went to prom. I guess the brothers celebrate. I actually don't know why they're there. Misa definitely wasn't in there because she said the only reason she's there is for Justin. And if Justin ain't there, you are never going to see her. Chance was not there, Sarah was not there, and neither was, what's her name? Love's mom. Neither was Dana Traff. Okay, so here's the interesting about this though, right? I think that was actually a good look. Diddy's public relations woman is very, very, very good, okay? She's very, very, very good. I think that she's been reading the way that people are like, this is like a bad look. Why is the family in there just listening to countless acts of violence? Okay, really quick. Sharifa, thank you so much for the super chat. And Miss Purdy, thank you so much for the super chat. Let's get into thing. Interestingly enough, also, Nia Marie said, "Where is Ali Carter?" Keep going off Tisa. So I didn't see Ali Carter, but you know who I did run into? Gene Dill. Gene Dill said that he wasn't testifying, but he might have been lying. Maybe he's not allowed to see. I'm still waiting to see if he actually testifies. Okay, let's get into this. Interestingly enough, Diddy's team tried to use Carrie to paint those same type. Carrie is Cassie's best friend, right? They were friends forever, but in 2017, Cassie never talked to Carrie again, and Carrie never talked to Cassie again. Why? Because Diddy broke in, choked Cassie's best friend out, hit her in the face with a hanger. And Cassie said, and Carrie said, "No, I'm done." And they were like, "Why?" Because they were trying to make it seem like it was some girl fight or something. She's like, "Because domestic violence is an absolute no for me." And I was like, yes, tell them. Okay, she said, "Absolutely not. Domestic violence is an absolute no for me. I will never, ever, ever do it." Okay, now here's the thing. Okay, we're about to get into the juicy stuff, but Carrie actually blew Diddy's whole thing. Carrie said that up until she met Diddy, Cassie, they didn't party. Cassie wasn't a drinker. She wasn't into rugs. And she gave some damning testimony about how violent Diddy was. They even tried to say, "Well, didn't Cassie pay you off?" And Carrie was like, "That wasn't Cassie's money." And they were like, "What?" And they were like, "That wasn't Cassie's money. She was the in-between. That was money from Diddy. She gave me $30,000 to keep my mouth shut, but that money came from Diddy," right? Cassie, they pretty much, I think that they really regret putting Cassie's best friend BFF up there. Even though they fell out, Carrie was such a strong witness. She gave Mark Agnifilio nothing. She couldn't remember a lot of text messages. She couldn't remember this, but you know what she did remember? The overwhelming violence. Mark Gauci said, "If you're providing tea, allow me to pay back with a coffee." Oh, Mark, thank you so much, Mr. Gauci. Also, Doree Angel said, "You look marvelous, T." So did they mention what was in the PA David James hotel writer? We're not, listen, let's get into David James. Let's jump right into Diddy's PA because, it was a dude. So listen, let me be honest with you. They didn't get to the hotel writer yet.
Oh, I'm
His testimony
sorry.
is going to be completed tomorrow. But when I actually tell you that he just destroyed, for anybody saying that Diddy wasn't on some pimp name slickback mess, for anybody saying that Diddy was not grooming Cassie, the assistant, David James, just blew that up. Mark Agnifilio was upset. There was even talk about when they left, they thought they were going to complete the trial on time. Now Mark Agnifilio is like, "Well, I don't know. It might be later. We're going to have to check." The judge was like, "All right, get to it." I'll tell you one thing. Judge Aaron is doing an excellent job. Again, he is a younger judge. He went straight from Supreme Clerkship to being a federal judge. But I'll tell you what, you don't get to just be a Supreme Court clerk and then come to be a federal judge without being on top of your game. Judge Aaron is so good at the federal rules of evidence, hearsay, admissibility, objections. And when you think of it, he is running the courtroom like a finely tuned machine. He's running. I have my concerns. Maybe he's young. Maybe he doesn't know the legal finesse. I'm trying to get a good shot. They look official now. Maybe he's young. Maybe he doesn't know the legal finesse. Maybe all that stuff is happening. But at the end of the day, right? At the end of the day, he had a quick learning curve. Mark Agnifilio finessed him a few times, and after that, Judge Aaron said no. And he has been shutting Mark down and the prosecution down when they try to play those little games. Fox Rules, thank you so much for the super chat. I really, really appreciate it. Also, you guys, thank you so much. I've been saying this all weekend. Thank you for helping me fund this trip, from security to lodging and everything. I really appreciate you guys, and thank you for feeding your pet Tisa. I really appreciate it. I really, really do appreciate it. Tony Mostella said, "Thank you, Tisa. I appreciate your
They would have been
coverage and your
splattered.
You're welcome." Okay, so let's get into this, you guys. Everybody's wondering, I don't see any RICO because they are busy listening to the blogs that it has been alleged that Diddy's paid $7 million in order to push the narrative. Everybody wants to be in Cassie's bed, but at the end of the day, we have people testify today that Diddy was cheating on Cassie constantly. They said Gina was real young and a problem. She'd been dumb since day one, according to Cassie's best friend. But then nobody got to say that. I want to hear anything about the blogs that are saying Cassie's a bad woman because she didn't stay faithful to Gina that was cheating on everyone. But anyway, let's get into this, right? this is David James, right, who she's cheating with. Carrie didn't know she was cheating. We'll get back into that. He bring into, okay, so this testimony is so gross. So it's an executive assistant. David James, he wanted a career in fashion. He saw an article in the New York Times saying Diddy was looking for a personal assistant. Now, this is the same man that actually quit. They haven't gotten to it yet, but Cassie told us in her testimony that she quit because he saw violence that shook him to his core so much that he quit in protest about what was going on with Cassie. But wait till the mic drop moment. I'll get to this really quick.
Yo,
Just
come
wait.
on.
He said he saw an article in New York Times. They was like, yo, Diddy's looking for a personal assistant. Now, he was determined. He emailed his resume. He faxed it. That's how old it was. He dropped off his resume, right? He went to an interview at Bad Boy Entertainment. There were 15 people in a lobby, right? Oh, my God. Terry Dickinson. Oh, you sent me 99.99 pounds. That's like $1,000 US. Thank you so much. I appreciate you so much, Terry. Also, I want to give a shout out to Snobby Paws LLC. Said, do your thing, T6. I've been tuning in daily. Thank you. You're welcome. Okay, so listen to this, right? He saw an article. Right? He met Tommy. Tommy is thing. He also met Vasha. Now, they kept bringing up Vasha's name, which made me think, is that a co-conspirator or is it a federal witness? But it made me think that when he kept zooming in on someone named Vasha, that they are definitely testifying. Who? We'll see. And she met Sean Diddy Combs' secret and sister, and he met somebody named Evan, right? Jen said, thanks from Cali, okay? So anyway, for a second, it sounded like he was crying because he was sniffling, right? Not like that, but like sniffling. And the prosecution was like, take your time. But then I was like, maybe he has allergies. I don't know. He seemed like he was in control. Really pulled together guy. Diddy don't keep anyone ugly around him. So he looked like a TV actor playing an executive assistant. You know what I'm saying? He had that distinguished look. Okay, so anyway, he remembers them all saying, right, that this is Diddy's kingdom. And one thing you need to know is this is Diddy's kingdom, and we all have to serve him, right? Then he had to do a SWOT analysis for men's and beauty industry, right? He had Autistic Black Woman Chronicles. What's up, mama? Sis. Oh, thank you. You said your half wig is hitting on all 8 cylinders. Baby, I ain't never straightened my hair again. Since my mom put me down with half wigs, please. Anyway, right? They said thank you for the best trial recaps and updates. No one works harder than you do, or does than Nancy Drew. Nancy Drew, what a do like you? Tisa, you are the best. Thank you so much. Okay, so listen, right? And thank you guys so much. I really appreciate you guys. Whoop, whoop. That's the sound of the police. Okay. Wait, where's the doggy?
Is the press still over at the steps?
Yeah, okay, so they're talking business. Let me get out of DHS's business and get into y'all's. Gemini Batty, thank you so much for joining the pedestals. Okay, so listen, he had to do a SWOT analysis. I think that's SWOT analysis transactions. I don't know what SWOT analysis is, but it's something with marketing, okay? For the men's beauty industry, there were 40 appointments they gave him. He had to organize, and he had to fit them into a calendar. He was very, 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 it's a half wig, okay? It's a half wig. My mama put me down. Ain't no more heat damage for this summer. Anyway, right? There's that 40 appointments and make them fit in the calendar. He had to rent a yacht in San Tropez. These are all fake things. They gave him all the questions. They said he had a week to do it. He had it back by Monday, so he was definitely qualified. Christian Turanian said, great job, Tisa. Keep us all informed. You're beautiful inside and out. Peace and justice for all victims. Exactly. Cinnamon Estate said, you look very official when you were caught up with Gene Dill. You're so adorable. Your parents should be proud. Thank you. Gene Dill was looking at me like, hey, don't get out of here. Gene Dill was looking at me like I was his annoying little sister, like, get out of here. Anyway, I did do a 36-second interview for Gene Dill, but let me get into this, right? So anyway, they said they worked with Dia, Diddy, and James, right? Okay. Also, court is over. The judge said this week that he's ending everything at 3. However, he did say that he might change that. He did say that he actually might change that with the jury. And some days the jury's going to have to leave at 3:30, 4 or 5. Listen, Judge Ira is trying to enjoy his summer break. He said, y'all ain't stressing me out. However, he wants to make sure that this trial ends on time. So it might go back to 5 p.m. But for right now, court is over. So this is the most up-to-date information, okay? Now, anyway, right? They said they asked him 2 questions. Like, what 2 questions do you want to do? Like, you can make 2 statements. And he was like, the first one he said is like, listen, he compiled a spreadsheet around all Diddy's preferences. They treated Diddy like a little king. He was only making $70K a year, and I guess that was a lot back then. But they treated him like a king. He had to know what fruit he liked, his food preferences. You know, he had to tell the chef. The chef is going to testify. Now, you guys, listen. This guy that was testifying, Mr. James, he actually is the forced labor charge. This charge that this guy is asserting, so it's going to get a lot darker tomorrow. Make sure y'all tune in early. I'm going to be covering it. That guy with the forced labor, yeah, that could be what, SWOT is, thank you, baby. My man just texted me. SWOT is an analysis of strengths and weaknesses. Okay, thank you. Okay, so, wait, hold on. Let me see what's SWOT. Hell, I have never done one. I prefer to just wing it. You know, I prefer to just make businesses on vibes. Anyway, you said, listen, autistic black woman said, nope, Gene was looking like you're cuter in person. Nah, Gene was looking like you annoying. Flick. I was giving him annoying little sister vibes. He was like, back on up. Also, let me just get the thing. Okay, so he did the SWOT analysis, okay? So that shows that he knows his stuff. He was trying to establish that. I'm trying to hold the wind down because it's blowing my skirt up. Why did I wear a pleated skirt on one of the windiest days? Okay, so anyway, right? So, listen, and he also says, who cares about his statements that he wanted to make to get hired? He was like, who cares about the past? What success you had in the past? What can I do today? And then also, can't stop, won't stop. When he was doing that, you know what it reminded me of? You ever go on job interviews? And here's the thing, every job interview I've been on, they always hire me because I know the right thing to say. They don't know I'm a little terror that spent all my time gossiping by the water cooler, right? That's when they think I'm it. And I remember back, and what was that, in the early aughts, mid-aughts, mid-aughts, when they would ask you, what do you think your greatest weakness is? I always came correct, right? They were like, what do you think your greatest weakness is? And I would sit there and get a very befuddled face because, you know, I'm like chaotic good, right? I don't know why, but I always struck the people I was at work with as like very type A. Don't ask me why, right? So they would be like, what do you think your greatest weakness is? And I was like, it's my time to shine. I would sit there and look thoughtful and be like, I think my greatest weakness is the fact that I operate at such a high level, which I do, but here comes the BS. And I also am a stickler for attention to detail. And I was like, yeah, y'all know I ain't a stickler for attention to detail for anything, right? Unless it's talking about who's sleeping with who in the office. And I was like, and I also think it's my attention to detail. And I think that becomes a weakness because I hold my coworkers to that same high standard. And sometimes it might rub people the wrong way when they think I'm making a personal critique of them when literally I would just job. And then, you know, a little while later, they be like, Tisa, this is not working. There's the part. Thank you so much for the super chat. Also, where are we at? Let's see. Where are we at? Okay, here we go. But yeah, so he's obviously one of those people that knew how to answer job questions. I didn't need ChatGPT. I was like, baby, I can BS this all on my own. We are direct. Talk to you about Genevieve Robles. Oh my God, I think I also figured out who Mia might be. I'll go live a little later on because I don't want to dox her and say her name. And then, like, the defense will be like, she can't testify. They know who she is. Because if I dox her, anybody doxes her. But I think they let it slip out in court by accident. And I'm going to do some research and find out her background. And then I'm not going to say her name, but we're going to know everything there is to her. But they accidentally let it slip out in court. Your girl got golden ears. I think. No, I know, but let's go. And if I tell it to you now, the defense will actually say she can't be anonymous anymore. Diddy ain't using me as an excuse on why he can't go to jail.
Anybody can get.
So who testified after Cassie? Dawn testified after Cassie. Who said that? Please, Shani. Dawn testified after Cassie. Then after that, Carrie, Cassie's best friend, testified. We're gonna get into Carrie's testimony. And then there was Mr. James. That was Diddy's personal assistant during Cassie that actually quit because he was fly like an eagle. You now, the defense will actually say she can't be anonymous anymore.
Oh my goodness.
And Diddy ain't using me as the excuse on what I say. Capricorn Clark, director of marketing for Sean John. They have been saying Capricorn Clark's name so much. You cannot tell me. Look how pretty that is. Fly, wholesome, like Cindy. Then I have to find out. I'm gonna put my ear to the street. At this point, Mia cannot be KK because this guy worked like back in the day. I don't think KK was there yet, but we will see. Here's the funny thing. When it comes to Carrie, Diddy was like looking at her, and he was looking at Mark like, you better fix this, because they were not getting what they thought they were getting out of Mia. However,
Out of Mia.
oh, sorry. Oh, well then I'll unblock. Sorry about that. Hold on. I'll unblock you, Jalal. Sorry. Whole time as if somebody wasn't even talking. Diddy needs to stop with these mind games, especially for the people that actually know him. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I said, Tisa, you look so damn good as usual. Thank you. Side note, I had no idea but later. Interesting look. Oh, that's the thing of the chef. The reason why they were trying to block his testimony is because the chef. So apparently Diddy assaulted the chef. This is what I heard them whispering about, right? Karima Mulla, thank you so much for the super chat. Diddy assaulted the chef, okay? The executive assistant, Mr. James, was not there to see the assault. At Diddy's direction, everybody told him that he had to go to the police and file a false police report saying the chef attacked Diddy so that Diddy wouldn't get in trouble. You guys, this is part of the RICO. The Mark Agafili was like, Your Honor, what does that have to do with anything? Who cares if he lied? And everybody was like, what do you mean, who cares if he lied? Isn't this like organized, directed? Anyway, the judge at the end cut Mark Agafili off and said, and we will be proceeding, and they will testify. Move along. Mark Agafili was sitting there looking stuck. Skylar JPR Agency Social Media Management Company, welcome to the Tattletales. I appreciate you, right? In any case, right? Hold on, let's see. They said another chef of his documentary, a female, was in the documentary describing how she quit because he was violent and crazy. Yeah, I think this is the same chef. Did he try to make a false police report? That's how he works. Remember what he allegedly did to Lorianne Gibson? Y'all don't remember that episode? Now listen, they said, what were the work hours? It was 30 minutes before he woke up. He woke up super early, and they had to work till 3 or 4 a.m. He was paid $75K a year, and he got a little overtime. It was based out of wherever Diddy was and what Diddy needed, all right? Now get this, right? Here's the mic check. And here's what comes into the grooming and the abuse and trafficking. The guy was asking how things were going with Kim Porter. And he's like, yeah, good. Kim's good. And then Diddy started talking about what was going on with Cassie, right? What was good in Cassie? He said Kim was doing good out in LA. He just moved Kim out in LA. Nicola, thank you so much for the super chat. And Daisha Jones, thank you for joining the family. But here is the mic drop, all right? When he said, Diddy started talking about Cassie, he's like, yeah, but you know Cassie? He said, I got her right where I want her, right? And he said, this is Diddy's assistant. He's like, what you mean you got her right where I want her? He said, yo, she's young. She's very moldable. And I got her right where I want her. I can do anything to her. And I'm going to mold her to where I need to be. If that's not some pimp slip back mess, I don't know what it is. And everybody in the court was like, oh, she's moldable. She's out in LA. You got her right where you want her. She's young. You're inside her head and her mind. This is Diddy casually talking to her. This is also the guy that quit because he beat Cassie so brutally in front of this executive assistant. The guy was like, you are evil. I don't want to be around you. And he left the whole industry. And right when that happened, the prosecution gave a smug little smirk and was like, Your Honor, why don't we pause that for today and pick this up where we left to tomorrow? And the defense was sitting there looking like, and listen, Diddy was sitting there looking at Mark Agnifili like, you better do something. Mark Agnifili was busy looking like, what you want me to do? Ali said, great reporting, Tisa. I stay tuned into your lives. Love a nosy, funny, and chatty Kathy. That is me. Now, really quick before I go, I want to get into, right, what Cassie's best friend said. Because this is the one thing I do love about this.
So he bragged
Cassie's
about
best friend, low-key, a quiet flex, low-key
molding
destroyed
her.
Diddy. And when I say destroyed Diddy, I mean destroyed Diddy, okay? Why? Because at the end of the day, Diddy thought, hey, Jesse said, thank you for your amazing reporting. It's very compelling the way you reenact what you're hearing and seeing. Thank you so much. So here's the thing. Cassie's best friend, Diddy thought it was going to be a part 2. He thought he was going to get her to admit, because all he wanted to know was whether Cassie was cheating on Brian Leslie, whether Cassie was cheating on him with Michael B. Jordan. Her best friend gave her nothing. And even though they haven't talked in a while, Mark Agnifili tried to make that an issue, and Cassie's best friend was like, yeah, no. And she literally calmly let us know how Diddy is the biggest monster in the world. Sylvia S., thank you so much for the super chat. Also, Christina Beekman, thank you so much. Now, what do you need to know, right? Oh, here's the thing. Between Diddy and the chef, Diddy attacked the chef. His personal assistant, he was told his personal assistant to file a false police report. Diddy forced him to lie. They're saying it was a hearsay exception, and they said that they could be admitted. So Diddy's team is really, really done, and it shows the criminal organization. Okay, so Mark Agnifili was questioning Cassie's best friend, Carrie. Bold and red, thank you so much for the super chat. Okay, now Mark Agnifili was trying to be on his okie doke, like, hey, how are you doing? My name's Mark. You know, Mark is very, very good at playing like that bumbling, friendly attorney when he is a shark. But Cassie's best friend, Carrie, was not impressed. She was very nice to Mark, too, but she never let Mark fluster her or get her to say anything, okay? So, Mark was like, when were you friends with Cassie, right? No, Mark, let me do my Mark thing. Mark was like, so you say you were friends with Cassie Ventura from 2001 to 2008. Carrie was like, that's true. And he was like, did you ever hear about Dom Richards? And she was like, I don't really know Dom Richards. And she's like, but you were close to her. You know everybody Cassie knew. And I was like, Mark, what are you trying to prove? Dom Richards said that she knew Cassie from 2009 to 2011. This girl is saying that her and Cassie were tight as thieves from 2001 to 2008, right? She did say, yeah, I knew other people, pretty much everybody that was close to Cassie, okay? How did she meet Cassie? She said, I met Cassie through modeling, right? And she said, we met, like, taking Polaroids. Mark Agnifili, you mean?
Yeah, that was enough. Hold on. Let me see what this is saying. No, that's not it.
It really needs 6 full weeks to lay out its case, given where it is right now?
It's a good question, and I remember thinking after this
6 weeks, the prosecution really needs.
Seeing this abusive conduct.
Facts. So it's not just that he beat her. It's not just that he hit her with a skillet. It's not just that he maybe not forced her to take drugs, and she maybe did engage on her own.
Ventura in planting some of the seeds that they will need going forward.
Morgan expected to be a prosecution witness who will corroborate some of what Ventura has said. After that, they're going to call a couple of people who worked for Combs, including a former personal assistant, a former chef. Prosecution said they also expect to call an escort this week, as well as Ventura's mother. Ventura has testified that she told her mother about some of the physical abuse at the hands of Combs at one point in their relationship. So she will be another witness that the prosecution is calling this week. And of course, this is just week 2 of what the prosecution says will be 6 weeks of their presenting their case to the jury. Sarah?
And the picture they are painting is one of a man with a lot of power and a man with what appears to be, in their evidence, a scary guy that was threatening to a lot of people. We'll see how the defense deals with that. It's Kara Scannell. Great reporting from the court, as usual. Appreciate it. John?
All right, with us now, former Manhattan prosecutor Jeremy Saland, also former federal prosecutor Elise Adamson. And Jeremy, let me just start with you because I'm curious after the testimony of Cassie Ventura, which in a way is the bulk of the prosecution case, what left do they have to do? What are they now trying to do with these witnesses in order to prove this?
Talking about Cassandra Ventura, question from Tracy Q. Do you think focusing on Cassie as the main witness weakens the prosecution's case? Why not widen the case?
Pattern of violence.
To back up Cassie.
1,000 attorneys, but I have to highlight their track record again. I'm talking about a firm that secured a $6 million verdict for a car crash victim in Florida, $13 million for a wrongful auto death in Georgia, another $6 million for a trucking accident in New York. And mind you, all of these were considerably higher than what was being offered in each of these cases by the insurance company.
If you've got pink salt, apple cider vinegar, and baking soda in your kitchen and you're not using this...
I can tell you why it's farcical to me is this idea of this mythical creature that can take ketamine and MDA and booze and then have sex for dozens of days on end. Because what you're talking about now is an allegation that this, and I'm going to use its Mandingo stereotype of this crazed black man who's being prosecuted by 5 white women who are saying this man's sexual needs are insatiable.
The sex trafficking trial of Sean Diddy Combs is back underway in Manhattan today, with pop star Dawn Richard returning to the stand. The Danity Kane singer testified that when Diddy did not get his way, quotes, people could go missing, close quotes. She also told the court that she personally saw Diddy drag, kick and punch his ex-girlfriend Cassie Ventura. Well, much of the evidence so far has been damning, as prosecutors build their case that he was the kingpin in a criminal enterprise responsible for sex trafficking and racketeering. But despite that, some people believe the drastic nature of the charges could mean that Diddy will sensationally walk free. In a moment, I'll talk to Matthew Fletcher, the former lawyer of Suge Knight and Ben Chew, who successfully represented Johnny Depp. But we begin with a man who finds himself at the centre of the Diddy scandal. Lawyer Tony Busby filed multiple lawsuits on behalf of alleged Diddy victims, but has recently been hit with an extortion suit by Jay-Z and accused of, quotes, targeting black men, close quotes. Well, he joins me now. Tony Busby, thank you very much for coming back to Uncensored. A lot has happened since you last appeared on this show. Let's start, first of all, with the fact that when we last spoke, you said you were representing 120 further alleged victims of Sean Diddy Combs in civil suits spanning 20 years with victims as young as 9, 14 and 15. Now, in March, you announced you were dropping 15 of these cases after Diddy's attorneys argued you weren't authorized to practice in the Southern District of New York. So just explain, before we go any further, explain what's happened there.
Hello.
Yeah, typically when you're a licensed lawyer in New York and you're accepted in one of the federal districts, it's by reciprocity, you're accepted in the others. Well, they challenged that. And so they filed grievances against me and basically attacking my ability to practice in the Southern District of New York. And that is being sorted out. And while it's been sorted out, I withdrew from about 12 to 15 cases.
Lord
but
London
still represent
is
those
Mia.
people. Those cases are still ongoing.
I thought they were
still being
saying
represented by my firm
that
and our
Diddy
local
was
New York
fooling with
counsel.
Mia.
So I would call that a sideshow.
That's
Much ado about
interesting.
nothing, and we're working through it.
You've had a lot of time, obviously, since we last spoke, to really, I guess, go over all the individual stories of the 120, as it was then, alleged victims. Have you now narrowed down that number to cases that you believe are incontrovertible? Are they all, in your estimation, incontrovertible? What's the sort of credibility looking like with each of these cases now?
I'll tell you where we are now. We have 40 cases that are filed. We have 60 to 70 that will be filed in other jurisdictions. Remember, we were trying to make the limitations period that existed in the state of New York. So the rest of the cases that will be filed in other states, primarily in California.
Y'all
The
hear
number's
that?
about still the same. Some people, because of these various
y'all hear that?
shows and
There are
controversy,
more
have dropped
cases
out.
coming.
But still around 100 people who allege that Diddy assaulted them in some way. And as I've been reported, receiving
y'all hear
reports
that?
on this
Hold on.
trial as it goes forward, one thing that has struck me is that the sideshow much ado about nothing, and we're working through it.
He said more
You've had a lot of
cases
time, obviously, since we last spoke, to
in
really,
different states.
I guess, go over all the individual stories of the 120, as it was then, alleged victims. Have you now narrowed down that number to cases that you believe are incontrovertible? Are they all, in your estimation, incontrovertible? What's the sort of credibility looking like with each of these cases now?
I'll tell you where we are now. We have 40 cases that are filed. We have 60 to 70 that will be filed in other jurisdictions. Remember, we were trying to make the limitations period that existed in the state of New York. So the rest of the cases that will be filed in other states, primarily in California. But the number's about still the same. Some people, because of these various sideshows and controversy, have dropped out, but still around 100 people who allege that Diddy assaulted them in some way. And as I've been receiving reports on this trial as it goes forward, one thing that has struck me is that the evidence and the factual circumstances are very consistent with what these plaintiffs have alleged. So we've been watching this criminal trial very closely, as you might imagine, and have watched this go forward, and it's striking to me, the allegations that are being made and some of the testimony that came out with Cassie and some of the testimony coming out today, very consistent with what these plaintiffs in the civil cases have been alleging.
And what is the sort of modus operandi consistent pattern that you're seeing?
What I'm seeing is there's obviously a lot of violence involved, a lot of threats involved. Some of these counts, specifically transportation to engage in prostitution, that keeps coming out over and over. But also the implicit and then actually explicit threats that are made towards individuals after this conduct ends. You won't say anything. You won't do anything about this. I mean, that has jumped out at me. I've also been watching the commentators. People have been seizing upon this word and that word and saying, oh, look here, that proves that there was no coercion because Cassie, allegedly voluntarily participated.
I don't
in this
necessarily agree that everything that Jaguar Wright has said is true. I don't believe that. I think that during her era, she can speak on, and she is valid in what she knows during her era. Okay, anything past her era is hearsay. So I will believe Gene Deal over Jaguar White. I think she has been valid and accurate of a lot of things. Do I think everything she has said is true? No. I heard her correct something that she said yesterday about Shaka Khan. She had to backtrack off of it and then come back and say, well, oh no, I didn't say she told me. I said I know somebody who knows her. So it's hearsay. So you don't know, because now you acting as if people don't lie. But when she presents stuff, she presents it as if she knows for a fact. So I just saw that yesterday and said, okay. So some of the stuff she's just repeating. She wasn't around Whitney Houston when that happened with Whitney Houston, so how can she speak matter-of-factly? She can't. So no, I don't believe everything that, and when it comes time down to being hit with a lawsuit and they ask you to prove it and you can't prove it, then I don't give a shit what she said. I'm not going to get sued for you. Nah, so Jaguar Wright, she's good. She has gave out some accurate information, but everything she say ain't true. Let's be clear.
That hasn't come out and hasn't been discussed that I think needs to be discussed is this idea of trauma bonding. When someone is in a long-term
well, go on and believe everything she's saying. I just told you she got caught in the lie yesterday.
People have a hard time about
Whitney Houston. So I don't care. I don't believe it.
And that's classic.
I believe a lot of what she
bonding.
say is true.
Other names for it.
But she's not 100 on everything.
Stockholm syndrome.
Yeah.
I was in Gaza up to last March.
Yeah,
During
but
my time
okay.
there,
I'm
we
not going to
started
debate with you. Not going to come over here as a guest and debate with
battered
me.
wife syndrome.
That's not what you're
I have
going to
seen,
do.
we had somebody there during the
Hood Eats, you're a guest. You said what you said, cool. I said what I said, cool. But what you not finna do is strong arm me over here. Now, do you need to leave and come back another day? Yeah. You know, I don't give a shit what you say. I don't give a shit what you believe. But what you not finna do is force your opinion on me. Let's be clear. You eat her ass. I don't eat her ass. Okay? Do you need to leave? Do you need to leave and come back another day? Or do you need to leave altogether? Because this is the first time I have saw you. So you are a guest and you very well may be a troll. But I don't eat her ass. Okay? So what you need, what do you need? You need some help? You need to come back another day? Yeah, no, I'm not. You're not gonna argue with me about Jaguar Right. I don't eat her ass. And you're not gonna eat her ass over here. Okay? So go ahead and leave. So I don't have to embarrass you and make people wave you off goodbye. Because you done lost your mind over here. Everybody say bye to, whatever Hood Eats. Say bye. Hood Eats, he done lost your mind. We don't eat ass over here. You're an ass eater.
opening statements, and of course, we've been receiving real-time updates every day of the testimony. And that has jumped out at me time and time again, is that this idea of trauma bonding and these commentators who have seized upon certain snippets of text and so forth, where they talk about, well, look, Cassie was voluntarily participating in this. I don't see it that way, and I'm not sure the jury will see it that way either.
The other thing that's happened with you personally since we spoke is that in February, you withdrew a lawsuit against Sean Diddy Combs and Jay-Z, which alleged the rape of a 13-year-old girl in 2000. The anonymous plaintiff, referred to as a Jane Doe, voluntarily withdrew the case, the court records show. Now, in that lawsuit, she'd initially alleged that she'd been offered a ride to a party at a private residence by a limo driver for Combs following the MTV Video Music Awards in 2000. Now, as a result of those claims, Jay-Z came out fighting. He filed a lawsuit against you personally. He said that you and the Jane Doe, the accuser, were soullessly motivated by greed in abject disregard of the truth and the most fundamental precepts of human decency. The filing claimed the woman voluntarily admitted to Jay-Z's representative that he did not assault her, and that you, Tony Busby, had pushed her to go forward with a false narrative of the assault by Mr. Carter, Jay-Z, in order to leverage a maximum payday. And he went on to say this further about you. Busby directed his employees to edit Wikipedia pages to enhance Busby's image and damage Mr. Carter's and Rock Nation's reputation.
Jay-Z coming up next.
What is your response to all this?
You said a great mouthful. That's almost every line you stated is false, and all that will be sorted out. And it's all in litigation, as you probably know. I mean, this whole situation with Jay-Z started with him suing me as a John Doe in California, simply because we sent him a letter stating that these are the allegations. We want to sit down and have a talk. And the reaction was thermonuclear. I mean, it was suing me, ultimately suing her, suing my local council in New York, and on and on. And all of that will be sorted out in the courts, and I feel confident about all of that. But again, that's a sideshow to what's going on here. What's really going on is we have 20 years of conduct. You know, when we first came out and said, you know, there's this many people who have called, there's this many people who alleged to be victimized by Sean Diddy Combs, people, you know, raised their eyebrows and said, how is that possible? How could there possibly be that many alleged victims? Well, now I think what we've seen over the last week or so of testimony is that this conduct that's been alleged was happening almost on a daily basis, certainly on a weekly basis. And so it's not surprising or shocking at all that there would be people who would claim to be victimized by this sort of conduct based on the frequency of it.
But do you accept, though, that in Jay-Z's case, the allegations against him from that particular accuser were false?
I think you should talk to or hear what the alleged victim says. And I think I will, I'm a lawyer. Let's be clear. People come to me. I don't go out and look for clients. I don't need to look for clients. And people come to me and they tell me the situation. I have people vet it, have other people vet it. We file a case, and the whole purpose of the court system is to sort those things out and to determine whether the individual, what they say is true, just like what is going on in this criminal case. So I'm confident that the courts will sort that out. And rather than attempting to try the case in the public like has been done, I'll be confident to try it in the courts.
So just to be clear on that, are you saying that that case is still active, that those claims against Jay-Z remain active?
I'm saying that the alleged victim has never recanted and continues to say the same thing she said from the day that she called the lawyer that called me. Let's remember, she contacted a different lawyer who vetted her and then sent her to me, and then my office vetted her. So this is not a situation that's been portrayed that we went out and found somebody so we could sue Jay-Z. That's so far from the truth that it's almost laughable. But as
they
just
sure
as late
painted a
as the
different
latest court
picture.
filing from Jay-Z, he acknowledges that this alleged victim continues to say the same thing she said from the beginning.
If you're struggling with sleepless nights and exhausting days, you might want to try Beam's Dream Powder. Beam appears for up to 40% off. Sleep. Let's go back to the case involving Diddy Combs. There are two schools of thought. In fact, we have some eminent attorneys joining us who disagree about what's going to happen here. And I guess it's going to come down to what a jury thinks of how much of this was consensual or how much was non-consensual or indeed coercive. And a lot of may rest, of course, on Cassie Ventura's testimony. How do you think she did? Obviously, she's heavily pregnant, which must have made it a very difficult experience for her. But how much of her testimony do you think, if you're a juror listening to all this, what are the sort of very persuasive parts of what she said, and what are the parts that may give you pause for thought?
Well, one of the things I want to point out is none of us, maybe your commentators were, but I certainly wasn't in the courtroom to hear what she had to say. This is a situation in the federal court where they do not allow cameras, so we can't see her testimony and see her body language and hear her tone of voice and that sort of thing. So what we have is commentators who seize on certain things she said, certain things she fails to say, and then try to make a mountain out of it. Let's remember that in a lawsuit, you don't win a case based on one witness or one piece of evidence. Typically, you're building a wall, and one of the things they teach you in law school is a brick is not a wall. Cassie Ventura's testimony is one brick in what I expect to be a very long trial with a lot of bricks attempting to build a wall. People have seized on some of the comments and texts that she sent where she seemed to be voluntarily participating in some of these so-called freak-offs. I would suggest, if I were the prosecutor, that this is classic trauma bonding, that she is trying to please the individual with whom she's in a relationship. And I would not place a lot of stock in the fact that that was not coerced simply because she was acting like she wanted to do it. Now, I didn't sit there and hear the testimony. So that's going to have to be decided by 12 people. And, I made a living over 30 years. I win a lot of cases because I put a lot of faith in the jury. And I try to put the bad evidence and the good evidence and explain why the bad evidence doesn't keep me from winning the case. And I think that's, I know you're going to have commentators who have different points of view, but I think the prosecution is doing the job that it does. And let's remember, we're talking about the federal government. Typically, the federal government does not bring a case unless it has a lock-solid case. And I'm assuming that the prosecutors knew the weak points of Cassie's testimony and understood that there would be cross points and understood that this was going to be watched and poured over with a fine-tooth comb, like I'm sure your commentators will do. But if I'm the prosecutors right now, I'm thinking, okay, the opening statement laid it out. We have our first witness, our first key witness, who really demonstrated that there was a lot of violence, a lot of threats, and really explained the nature.
Let me come back to this before my. Who is this person? Hold on.
New York City now to find out how that's going. Court TV legal correspondent Kelly Traff is outside the courthouse with the details for us. Kelly, good morning.
Well, good morning to you, Julie. The world.
And in New York City, the trial the world is watching. Former bad boy artist Dawn Richard is back on the stand right now to testify against her former boss, Sean Diddy Combs. Let's take you to New York City now to find out how that...
As well as other incidents in which she saw Combs from one of Cassie Ventura's best friends. Her name is Carrie Morgan. So she is on deck after Dawn Richard is testifying, Julie.
Oh, those are going to be big witnesses. Wow, Cassie's best friend and her mom. Kelly, I'll look forward to your reports later today. Thank you so much for that early update for us. We'll let you get back to court.
Welcome, Julie.
And now let's talk some more. Let's bring in law enforcement expert and trial consultant Sonny Slaughter, somebody who's been following the case since the very beginning. Good morning, Sonny. Tell me, please, if you would, just based on where we are right now, would like for you to assess the government's case. What, if anything, have they established for you with respect to the crimes they've accused Sean Combs of?
Good morning, Julie. Thank you for having me. So with respect to Sean Diddy Combs in this case and what the prosecution has done thus far, is they have laid the foundation of what the sex trafficking charge is, but I'm not sure that they've done it in a way that the public might understand the intersection of domestic violence and human trafficking as it relates to force, fraud, and coercion. I don't think that they've given enough of the basis for people, because there's so much conversation, and I've talked about this out loud, around the separation of domestic violence and human trafficking, which is actually not necessarily a separation in law and fact and how it plays out in the victimization of an individual who, like Cassie, has been seen as the person leading the charge against these accusations. But in a sex trafficking case, we have to take out what the government should be doing and what I think they need to do a little bit more of, and that is focus on the travel, the actual transportation, and all of the factors, because sex trafficking has been so glorified and glamorized in the media and in movies and with the narrative that it doesn't lay enough foundation for the actual law. And as somebody who has worked on state law and federal law as it relates to human trafficking, I think we're missing this. Cassie's stories were vulgar. They were very detailed.
I totally agree. That's why I'm waiting on the
prosecution is kind of missing the mark in what they need to do around what the law says, what the actions are, and how this is playing out in the public right now. These witnesses are good, but I don't think the prosecution, and I know they have this. I know they have this information. I know they know how to do it well, but we're losing sight, I think, because of the high-profile nature of the music mogul Sean Diddy Combs, and not in the same manner in which we would persecute and prosecute someone else. And I say persecute, public eye, prosecute, public arena of criminal justice systems.
Yes, Sonny, I love your analysis.
She hit it.
Emergencies can strike at any time.
But it's coming with the workers.
Create a support.
Yes, Sonny, I love your analysis. I really appreciate that, because think about it, take the two of us, for example. We're used to working in the criminal justice system. We understand that, Cassie getting on one of Diddy's private planes to go from LA to New York, that can be the transportation that's needed to lay it out. For jurors, the one thing I keep mentioning is they might be thinking, a lot of people sometimes confuse, as you know, trafficking with human smuggling. You know, we don't need somebody being moved across a border. You know, we don't need somebody being snuck into a house through a tunnel or something. No, you can be trafficked in your own home. You know, and so those things, you're right. They need to kind of marry the law more with their facts. And I have faith that they're going to do it in the end. But I like what you're saying. In the court of public opinion, if people aren't looking at the statute like we are, they might be going, well, geez, is it just a DV case? And it's not.
And the DV is intricately laid. Now, I'm talking from a policy writing standpoint. The domestic violence laws and behaviors are intricately laid into the human trafficking laws, actions, and behavior. There can be a relationship, but in the public, we see on television somebody being snatched. That's not known, but there are tons and so many cases of human trafficking, familial cases, interpartner relationship cases, in which we don't see publicly. We don't see those play out in the media, so people don't have the same level of understanding. In the DV law, it talks about transportation. In the human trafficking law, it talks about transportation. We are talking about, this is not a thing about his bottles, but this is about behavior.
Sure is. Oh, Sonny, I could talk to you all day about this. Excellent points that you made. We'll continue with the conversation with Diddy, and we'll keep explaining the law and how it's applicable to these facts on the show together. Thank you much.
I totally agree. Because when people typically think about trafficking, you're right. We think about somebody being snatched, put in the white van, you know, and we never see them again. We don't look at it past that, and we definitely don't look at trafficking as far as being in a relationship. Now, I typically look at even in that relationship, I still related to pimps and O's, right? Same thing. That's still a form of trafficking. But typically, in the mind of public opinion, they look at it as if somebody you don't know snatched you, grabbed you, and you know, like what's that movie with Liam, Taken? That's how we look at it. We don't look at it past that. So people keep saying, oh, I don't see the RICO. I don't see it. Yeah, because your mind is fixated on one aspect of it. Just like with RICO, you think of organized crime with the mob. We don't look at it as organized crime in a business, you know, a front business. And behind that business, it's just like yesterday when we saw the massage parlor people got raided. You know, it starts out to be a massage parlor, but behind two doors, you know, it's a whole, you know, trafficking. You understand? So that's the part that we are missing, where I'm not. What some people are with Diddy. So I totally understand what she was saying. There are other scenarios considered to be trafficking. Great point. Absolutely. Absolutely. Let's keep listening. She's finished with her, but let's see where else they go. I just plugged my phone up because I was out of juice, and old girl had me hot a while ago. I was I was finna shut it down. You know how AunTeaFee do, but I was finna shut it down, baby. I was not finna play with these people. Who is this? Hold on. I'm trying to find, what is this? I ain't never seen this before, 6 page. Let's see what they say. Hold on, y'all.
Let's talk salary.
Great. What do you typically offer for this role?
It's competitive.
And if it was a number, it would be...
It's the end of the first week of Sean Diddy Combs' trial, and like so many...
I don't want the end of the first week. We way so past that. And with them getting out at 3, let's see what he said the other day.
also testified that she was in over 100 FRICOs to the point that it took over her career. Yeah, that was a FRICO. That was a 10-album deal.
That was her 10-hour deal. Oh,
FRICO
wow.
was a 10-album deal, brother.
Oh, wow.
Instead of making music, she was making muse. And he thought he was getting his muse by seeing this young girl doing the things that she was doing.
Oh,
How
wow.
you feel about Diddy daughters leaving the trial when Cassie started to testify about all the sexual acts that she engaged in with their dad?
I believe that his daughters had no business up in that courtroom. And I know that they want the jurors to see that he has a family. He has that moral support from them. But see, the prosecution and the defense, especially the defense, had already told Diddy how they was going to go, because they know their game plans.
Mm-hmm.
They know what they're going to go at and what they're going to talk about. And they know they was going to bring those things up.
He didn't care.
And how dare you have your daughters in there.
He didn't care.
Maybe that would be their deterrent for never to let somebody do them like that. No matter how famous they want to be. Maybe that's their deterrent. But for have your kids up there to hear some of the nasty shit that you did, and they know you used to fight their mother, they know that you used to do certain things with their mother. That was one of the craziest moves I ever seen. Very selfish. Very selfish.
Self-centered.
I don't want my daughters to hear me, how they talk about this girl, talking about how I beat her, how I did this, pee in her mouth, all this. Nah. I heard it was so disgusting that one time they had to walk out. There's certain things you don't do as a real man.
I agree.
And that just goes to show you, brother ain't never been a real man.
I was on your channel some days ago, and you was on live, and you made a comment saying that you wanted to go up to the court so you can look at Diddy and D-Rock in their eyes because of something they said about you.
Diddy and D-Rock did a video on me some years ago. And they got these clowns out here replaying it, and he was talking about me, and I was wondering, like, out of all the stuff that I told him about, I told him that night that when Big got murdered, that we shouldn't go to this party. I told him that if we don't do something about these doors and do this, some people's gonna die in City College. There's a couple other incidents that we were in that I had told him prior to this stuff going down that something was gonna happen, and it happened. And I don't know if it's because I may be blessed by God or I'm just a fool, because I was raised with that old saying that the Lord watch out for fools and babies. So out of all this stuff and the stuff that he's done to me personally behind the scenes, you understand, telling people not to F with me, telling people if they do things that they was not going to work in the industry, they was going to this, that, other, then sending these old sucker industry dudes after me. I was just saying, listen here. I think the greatest, and I want to say, get back was him to see me in court, and I look him up in his face.
Oh, man.
Birthday party. Birthday princess party. Birthday Princessasaurus
Come on,
party.
come on.
Get everything for every party on Amazon.
Get your
Dialogue.
for beginners.
And I say, I don't want to hear that shit. And walk out the courtroom.
Why you ain't go?
I'm in St. Louis, brother. I will be there soon.
What did D-Rock say, out of curiosity?
No, D-Rock was just being his hype man about, you know, a security personnel that ain't got no business talking about what he was talking about because I don't owe you nothing. Brother, you owe me your life. Because had I not told our driver to run the next 3 lights, we'd have been sitting at that light. And those guns that hit Big may have hit you and may have hit me. Because Big whole door was shot up, his door and the door behind him, and I was sitting behind him. The reason I told our driver to run the next 3 lights was because I had just took a course from the DEA, the Drug Enforcement Administration, and it was surveillance and interrogation. And I was blessed to remember, run 3 lights or take 3 rights. And I told our driver to run the 3 lights, the next 3 lights. Not that particular light, but the next 3 lights, run them. So, him and D-Rock did what they did, and I think me being in the courtroom, looking him in his face and walking out would be poetic justice.
What you think about Cassie testifying that D-Rock would tell her to put an ice pack on her face after, you know, Diddy would beat her up?
That was the cover-up from security. He had to make sure, and D-Rock was the cover-up man, to make sure
Everybody have
Cassie
a
didn't be
job, have a
with her
position.
face bruised and battered. D-Rock had that type of charm with the women too, that he probably could do that with her. So that's why he put D-Rock up to do it.
And
How
she
you
thought
feel about
that
Diddy appearance
D-Rock
in
was
court?
her friend.
He's saying that he got all gray hair, his facial hair, his hair is all gray. He got a gray sweater on. Like, how you feel about his appearance?
Well, first of all, he can't use that stuff in court. He can't get that behind bars. So his appearance, you think Diddy wants somebody to see him looking like an old man? He can't do nothing about that because they're not going to let him dye his hair in jail. So he's going out as natural. He could cut his hair low. You understand what I'm saying? But he can't use any dye. They're not going to give him no dye to take or dye his hair. That's not a choice. That's something that he has to do. And him throwing signs of the heart and everything like that back to his family and stuff, you know, I don't believe the jurors, you know, like that or even care about that.
Yeah, they reported that he got a Bible with him. Like he's reading the Bible during trial.
All that is a front, bro. What happens is that the defense is trying to have him distract himself. So they know it's a possibility that he might break on somebody, break down, or do something. So what they're trying to do, well, read over this, look over this. You understand? So they don't show the real you. Because once the jury find out that's the real him, and he is capable not only beating and threatening somebody and making them have sex, making them go to this place, that place, all over to have sex, then that's when the trafficking part comes in. That's when what she said about him having the guns to go get Suge Knight makes it true, makes it him possessing guns or being able to possess guns being truthful. So when they see all that and all that comes about, that's what's going to make him get convicted, because they're going to see his true self.
I agree.
Willie D. Nye.
What Willie got to say?
It's day 6 of the Diddy federal trafficking trial, and the saga continues. Diddy's defense attorney, Nicole Westmoreland, grilled Don Richard about her allegation Diddy made threats, pointing out Don met with prosecutors several times without mentioning that. She also got Don to admit she'd never seen Diddy wave, load, or cock a gun, and said the singer had been inconsistent on whether she ever saw anyone pay Diddy's drug dealer. The former Danity Kane member testified for the prosecution in the Diddy trial that Diddy told her if he didn't get his way, people could go missing. Give me a thumbs up if you believe that, fam.
Oh,
Thumbs down and say, nah, man, she lying, she lying, she lying.
I believe him.
My thoughts. I don't really think that Don brought anything significant to the trial. I thought she was going to, hit us with some juggernauts. And she ain't really do nothing. She's pretty much regurgitated what she's already said publicly.
That's true. But everybody in the world ain't heard that.
Jaw-dropping.
Yeah.
She did testify that she saw Diddy hit Cassie. But the prosecution is trying to make a racketeering case. And Diddy hitting Cassie is not what he's being tried for. He's not being tried for domestic violence. He's being tried for racketeering. Now, obviously, they're trying to make the case of Diddy not being a good person with the domestic violence, trying to show his propensity for violence and having his way and controlling people. See, that's what that is about, letting people get a bird's eye view of his character from the people who know him best, right? But Don, she really didn't do a whole lot to help the prosecution's case. When Don was leaving the trial, there was people pretty much heckling her. Some woman was like, what's the size of Diddy's D? Like, damn.
Who you talking about, Barbara?
Give me 10 million, I'll let somebody beat on me, some woman yelled out. Give me 10 million, I'll let somebody abuse me. You could beat the hell out of me for 10 million. Dawn recounted an event in 2009 where she says Diddy punched Cassie in the face.
Who you talking about, Barbara?
How long she's going to be out. If she doesn't finish, when's she going to finish?
Cool moment for some graduating seniors at Fordham University. They're having a graduation party, and then out of nowhere, The Weeknd comes in. Jimmy Fallon's the DJ, and then Jimmy performed with The Weeknd as well.
Of course he did.
He always jumped in.
But just introduce them and step to the side.
The students have got to say, Jimmy, sit down.
I'm trying to see what this plot is about.
Former FBI Director James Comey is being criminally investigated by the Trump administration. He posted an image of numbers. 86 is obviously the universal symbol for get rid of it something. 47 is Donald Trump's presidential number. Donald Trump has suggested that this was obviously a call for assassination.
This is ridiculous to talk about 86 like it means assassinate.
Hold on. Oh, Lord. Oh, my God. LP, you better tell these guests. So, Ariel Lewis, first of all, did you come in and speak? Did you come in and speak? While you bring your little ass over here trying to defend somebody else that you know that I have removed, did you speak? I mean, how did you think this, but how did you think this was going to work out for you? I don't give a flying rat's ass what you think. Like I said, I don't believe everything that Jaguar Wright says. And if you have a problem, and girl, look, boy, whatever you are, what made you think that this was going to be good for you? Did you come in here speaking? So you came in here on bullshit. Huh? You talking what you mean? Did you come in my chat and speak like everybody else respectfully? I don't. Okay, you have your own platform. Let me check you out. You keeping it real? You gonna keep it real on your platform? I don't give a shit what you think you doing. You're not going to do it over here. Now, like I said, if you want to eat somebody's ass, you go over there and eat it. You will not eat it here. Y'all say bye to this air ass Lewis. Say bye to air ass. Air ass Lewis. Bye. I don't know how you thought that was going to work. Yeah. You must be a Diddy lover. You think you can say and do whatever you want to. And because I removed somebody who was disrespectful to me, because I didn't agree with them, you thought that you was finna come and kick in doors like you Mary J. Blige or some damn body? Like you was gonna get hood eat rat ass point across over here? You done lost your mind. Bye. Get your ass from up over here. Yeah, get your ass from up over here. Where the hell you come from?
Intimidate all of us. I did the show yesterday on Diddy, and Nancy Grace went nuts over the testimony that Cassie got peed on by Diddy.
You think that was consensual? Good luck selling that to a jury.
It's like a general consensus and nobody wants to be peed on.
That's not true. Suggesting that some people are not
They
into this.
trying it, ain't they?
You're saying someone sitting in here like
She waited 20 minutes to come over here with that.
It's a new take on the dog toy that lets owners do amazing new things, like
Waited 20 minutes for that.
Babies, they enrich us, they amuse us, and if you're the Diddy prosecutors, they keep your star witness from being cross-examined. Maybe. We'll explain.
The prosecutors are concerned that Cassie is so pregnant that she is going to go into labor this weekend. Their concern is if she's still on the stand and then the jury finds out that she went into labor, they could view it as, this was so stressful, look what Diddy did to her, and they declare a mistrial. I think the bigger fear is that if she doesn't finish, when's she going to finish? You know, I mean, she's going to go into the hospital and who knows what's going to happen. I mean, you don't know whether there are going to be complications. You don't know what recovery is.
Does she have a say in this? Like, can she say, I want to stay and get it all out?
Wait, get what all out? Testimony or the baby?
Either one will make for a riveting day in court. Speaking of which, it's been a hell of a trial so far.
Yeah, he
To me,
gives.
it's just that nobody is connecting that circle fully.
Even Diddy's.
Diddy's team, the prosecutors, it's like they get into something and you're thinking, okay, I know where they're going, but they never button it up. You're acting like the whole case is over. We've got 7 more weeks of testimony. No, I know. And they may close the loop.
I think that if the jury were to vote today, they would vote to convict, and I think...
But convict on what?
He's guilty of stuff, Harvey.
Her fine legal mind is wasted here. In the meantime, we're sure this isn't easy for Cassie, because as eminent pediatrician Dr. Benjamin Spock once said,
Being pregnant sucks. It's terrible.
So why do you keep doing it?
I don't know.
because babies are wonderful for a little while, and then they just turn into little money vacuums. Like, seriously. See you in court, everybody.
What do you think about all the attention that your relationship has been getting?
Bill Belichick sat down with Michael Strahan on Good Morning America and was raving about his girlfriend, Jordan Hudson.
Gary, and you brought your ass back.
Process, and she's been very helpful to me. She does the business things that don't relate
So
to
I
North
know you're a
Carolina.
troll.
And she wasn't even there making him say it. That we know of.
What does Jordan mean to you?
You know, I'm not talking about personal relationships, Michael. You know that.
Okay.
You're not going to get your point across over here. I don't care how many pages you got.
Yeah.
Let me ask you, I have no idea if this is happening.
We know you tied to Diddy. You trying to, you feel entitled.
Maybe 70, hooks up with a 25-year-old girl, and
whoa, they feel entitled.
Is it wrong for him to leave everything to the woman he loves?
You can leave some, but you have to have. Oh, come on.
Christina, your kids are not entitled to your money. Yes, they are. Why are you working there? Why are they entitled to your money? Okay, but when you're 80 years old, who's going to wipe your butt? My 25-year-old girlfriend.
They come back again, I'm going to report. Hold on, let's be clear. You come back again, I'm going to report you as harassment. I said bye. Come back again, I'm going to report your whole little page for harassment. Because now you're harassing me. Yeah. I have to put them people in, put them people in your life.
Gene, can you sign? Oh la la, it's Katy Perry.
What is it? Are you talking about?
He might be too hefty to.
I don't want to.
What if they like it?
I don't give a what they like. It's what I like.
No wonder Papa Smurf never got.
Sitting in here like some pee.
And now we also know what. 8 hours, he's with me. And all of these allegations, people are wondering.
He knows better than be talking about the things that he does with Big Brother Puff on national television.
And there's a.
Beat out. Has anyone noticed that since I said I hate Taylor Swift, she's.
And there's a clip that aged like a fine. Be right back.
Yeah, let's go. He mad, cause he
knows better than be talking about the things that he does with Big Brother Puff on national television.
And there's a clip that aged like a fine bottle of milk. And now Justin Bieber is speaking out after getting dragged into all this Diddy drama.
Given where Diddy stands and all of these allegations, people are wondering, was Justin Bieber one of his victims? It's all over social media.
Well, relax your typing fingers. Sources close to Justin tell us no, he was never abused by Diddy. A rep adds there are individuals who are genuinely harmed by him. Shifting focus away from this reality detracts from the justice these victims rightfully deserve. So, what set everybody off? Well, the clip from Kimmel in 2011 where Diddy seemingly jokes, don't talk about our time together.
What he's referring to is their hang session in 2009.
When Justin was 15.
For the next 48 hours, he's with me. So, and we gonna go full crazy.
Going crazy.
Those 48 hours must have been wild. If there were 48 hours. What we heard was Justin really had no relationship with Diddy. It was his son.
Renee.
And that it was all this performative stuff. He's going through a lot right now, and it's good to hear that he wasn't also a victim of Diddy.
Well, it's just people feel like he's been troubled this year. And so people thought that everything going on with Diddy was affecting Justin.
So the suspicion was that he was being forced to relive the trauma?
Yes.
We get into a lot of the trauma and everything else in our documentary that we just did.
TMZ investigates what happened to Justin Bieber, now on Hulu.
And now we also know what didn't happen. So thanks for clearing things up, Justin.
Y'all believe that? Do y'all believe that?
Their 4-cover swimsuit edition this year.
Do y'all believe that?
New York at the Hard Rock Hotel. And
I don't believe that.
Rive Cosmetics
I don't believe that at all.
Extensions mascara gives you the look of professional lash extensions. Whether your daily routine is less.
I'm trying to find the man that testified. Where he at?
Generally, that's when you see the media, you know, the press that's gathered inside, you know, all grabbing.
I'm trying to find the testimony of the guy. Nah, I definitely don't believe it. Hold on, y'all. Let me hear her. This is gonna be my last one. This go around. I'll be back later.
Now, I'm not one to gossip, but I will bring you the tea.
Bring the tea.
Welcome to Chronicle Speaks.
Shout out to Chronicle Speaks.
Please, I don't have any time for any gossip now. Eh? Yes.
So we've made it to week number 2, trial day number 6. Now, Cassie Ventura returned to the witness stand last Friday.
Oh, no, I
for a
didn't know
more
she
intense
passed either.
cross-examination. Now, Diddy's legal team tried to poke holes in her credibility by bringing up inconsistencies between her past interviews and current testimony, especially regarding drug use, her relationship timeline, and past settlements. Now, a big moment came when the defense attorney zeroed in on the infamous 2016 Intercontinental Hotel surveillance video. Now, the defense implied that the incident may have happened due to Diddy going through an episode of withdrawal, reminding Cassie that in 2012, Diddy had to go to the hospital due to overdosing off of painkillers. They read through Diddy and Cassie's texts just days after the 2016 incident and were wondering if the violent scene in the footage matched her detailed testimony. Now, despite staying calm for most of the day, Cassie got emotional when asked about how Diddy allegedly pressured her into freak-offs and whether she felt she had a choice. She said she often disassociated to cope. After her cross-examination, prosecutors took back control and clarified many of the questions the defense is trying to distort, and they had Cassie reaffirm key parts of her story, including Diddy's control, threats, and emotional toll. Cassie's last day on the stand ended after 4 long days of emotional testimony, with the defense ending with one important question. Ms. Ventura, you just reached a $10 million settlement with the Intercontinental last week before trial. And right after an objection from the prosecution was overruled, Cassie responded, yes. We heard from SHI agent Yazin Benda, who informed us that there were several bottles of baby oil, Astroglide, $9,000 in cash, cameras, lighting, pink Tucci, also known to be ketamine, and a medicine bottle prescribed under the name Frank White. This was all found in the hotel that Diddy was living in, waiting for the feds to pick him up. So it seems like Diddy wanted one last freak off for old time's sake. We also heard from former Danity Kane and Diddy Dirty Money member Don Richard. She recounted chilling details of Diddy hitting Cassie in the head with a skillet, dragging her up the stairs by her hair, and yelling at her. Don is expected to take the stand again today, detailing more events that has happened with Cassie and maybe some of her own. We're going to get into the story of day number 6 and so...
Cannabis. It's not just legal in 38 states. It's a $36 billion global industry.
And a story of day number 6 and so much more. But before we do, please be sure to subscribe to this channel and hit the bell for notifications so you don't miss out on any news regarding this case and so much more. Now let's get back into it. Day number 6 is starting. All rise. Judge Subramanian on the defense's application, he says, with regard to Don Richard, Ms. Garagos, who happens to be Diddy's attorney, opening statements opened the door to this testimony. As to Mr. James, who was Diddy's personal assistant, his testimony would be inadmissible. So the defense is attempting to throw out Don Richard's testimony, and the judge is saying Teeny Garagos' opening statement opened the door to this testimony. So deal with it. Judge Subramanian says to the government, the same brand of testimony that was objected to on Friday, does the government expect Ms. Richard to say what she heard and what she saw? They say yes. That would be permissible, just like the testimony in the recording studio. Prosecutor Slavic says personal assistants were with Mr. Combs 20 hours a day. Their testimony is admissible. The judge says, my concern is that there are other ways to get this evidence in. What Mr. James would add,
is just the postscript. So what he's pretty much saying is there's no need to add Mr. James, the assistant, because we're getting all of this same information from other people that were there. Diddy's lead attorney Agnifilo says on the David James issue, the personal assistant, this defeats the whole purpose of this hearsay objection. The government is arguing that it's all admissible because the job descriptions are so vague. We contend these are personal matters. Judge says, let me focus you on the assault on the chef. Mr. James learns from a member of the security detail that Mr. Combs assaulted the chef. Wouldn't that be in the scope of their employment? Agnifilo says, I don't know what relevance this has to racketeering. He continues by saying this is becoming a sort of bad act free-for-all. Assault is just not one of the racketeering acts. Prosecutor Slavic says this is relevant to the means and methods of the enterprise. The chef is identified as a victim of forced labor. Agnifilo says, I'm going to refer to Ms. Westmoreland on the other witness. Combs' attorney Westmoreland says Ms. Richard claims that Mr. Combs assaulted Ms. Ventura right in front of her. These other alleged threats are nowhere near in close proximity to an alleged assault. Ms. Westmoreland continues, we have to distinguish between the Danny Kane and the Diddy Dirty Money era. And Mr. Pierre telling her, where are you going to go? I don't see how that could be construed as a threat. The judge says, let me think about it. He continues by saying, we have an application from the press that emails be put in the record. I am directing you to put them together and put them in the docket by next Tuesday. And after that, on a weekly basis. Okay, the jury is entering. Don is already on the witness stand. And the prosecution says, so when Mr. Combs told you people could go missing, how did you interpret it? That people could die. I couldn't believe that this could be the beginning of the journey for us. Us meaning Diddy Dirty Money? Yes. So what did you observe? He would drag her and kick her and punch her in the mouth. What would prompt these acts of violence? Objection, says the defense. Judge says overruled. When she would speak up for herself. Okay, so Ms. Richard, who in security would witness these things? D-Rock and Roger Bonds. Where did Ms. Ventura get hit? Her knees, her face, all over. Did there come a time where you were in New York for a festival? Yes, in Central Park. In the residence, what happened? He punched Cassie. She came into the bathroom crying. You could see her upset, like she was hurt. Objection, says the defense. Judge says sustained. What injuries did you observe? A swollen eye. Why'd you stay with Ms. Ventura after this incident? I just wanted her to feel supported. What's this? The Central Park event. They show a photo of Cassie in sunglasses and Don Richard too. Why did you wear them? Solidarity. Okay, and for the next assault, who was there? D-Rock, Capricorn Clark, Harv Pierre, and who was Mr. Pierre? At Bad Boy answering the Sean Combs, did they do anything? None of us did anything. When we drove back to LA, he slapped Cassie in the mouth and told her to shut the F up. And how did the passengers respond? We stayed silent the rest of the ride. I asked myself, if he'd do that to someone he supposedly loved, what would he do to an employee? So I'd approach Mr. Combs with softness. Did you try to intervene in the relationship? No, for my own safety. Did you see Mr. Combs using drugs? Yes, weed, ketamine, Molly, cocaine. Any opiates? That I never saw. Who brought him the drugs? One stop he had it all, including Plan B and birth control. Did you see Mr. Combs with guns? Yes, handguns on his lower back. Who else had guns? D-Rock, Roger Bonds. What did you do after Bad Boy? I sing. Whenever I got momentum, I'd get a FaceTime from him. And how would you speak to him? Very soft. I'd always call him bro. Why did you not disclose the abuse you'd seen? I was told not to by Mr. Combs and Harv Pierre. So when did you speak out, Don? 2024. I saw Miss Ventura take a stand and tell the truth. Defense says objection. Judge says sustained. Did you see Ms. Ventura file a civil lawsuit and then you filed your civil lawsuit? Yes. The judge asked the defense, cross. Ms. Westmoreland said, you are aware there's a motion to dismiss your lawsuit. Don says, I have civil lawyers. You sat with the prosecutors and your allegations have changed. I've been consistent. You testified he attempted to hit her about the eggs and Ms. Ventura dropped down in a fetal position, right? Yes. Did you ever say you heard a pin hit the wall? You didn't see it? I don't recall. Ms. Richard, I do want to remind you that you're under oath. Would you agree with me that it has been hard for you to keep your story straight with respect to the eggs incident? I told it as close as I could. The day after you said Mr. Combs said people go missing. Yes. Let's go to your interview on March 18, 2025. Did
That's
not
all
say
I
anything
remember.
about Mr. Combs told you people go missing. I don't recall that. No worries. I'm going to show you a document. For the parties only, page 5. Isn't it true the first time you said this was a week ago? Would you like for me to show you your previous interview? I know what I said. You said Mr. Combs made a death threat, one that you didn't recall 7 times. Okay, so let's move to the alleged incident before the Central Park concert. You are aware that there was a camera crew. Not in the bathroom. You were filmed in the park. Are you aware if the video has been turned over? No. About the guns, you didn't tell the prosecutors about I saw guns at Daddy's house? They didn't ask. You never saw Mr. Combs pull a gun out and wave it around, load bullets or cock it. He just had it. Did you tell the government you never saw Mr. Combs do cocaine? I don't recall. Your testimony has changed on quite a few things. As time progresses, I remember more. Oh, hell no! Miss Westmoreland is Diddy popping all on Don's top. You saw One Stop sell drugs. You saw him take money? Yes. All right, 1 second. Didn't you tell the government you never saw anyone pay him? So you lied, right? No. Judge Subramanian calls for a sidebar. You perceive the threats as death threats.
You asked me, have I ever seen him take money, not
You're
get
away
paid?
from Mr. Combs in 2011, but then you come and ask him to work with him again.
Taking money and
But he had
getting
threatened
paid
you,
are
right?
two different
You asked
things.
to work with him again? Yes. Oh, okay. The songs you released on your own have not reached the level of what you released with Danity Kane and Diddy Dirty Money, right? True. And you reached out to Mr. Combs to try to make more money, right? Yes. Dawn testifies that she was saddened by Sean Combs deciding to dismantle both of her groups, Danity Kane and Diddy Dirty Money. You felt like Mr. Combs ruined your career not once,
Don't
but
try to
twice, right?
trip me up.
Yes.
That's
Miss
two different
Westmoreland
things.
asked Dawn to admit that she filed the lawsuit against Combs to get a lot of money. Richard says no, but she did say that she wanted to be compensated for the work that she put forth. The
Absolutely.
prosecution
I
asked
went
for a
days
quick
without eating.
sidebar. Okay,
Hell
so
you
now
mean?
they're back from a not so short sidebar, and it's time for the prosecution to redirect. Prosecution says, why did you file your civil lawsuit? When I worked for Sean Combs, I had no sleep. The conditions. Okay, in every meeting with the government, did you say that Mr. Combs beat Miss Ventura? Yes. The prosecution asked whether Rashard had thought about the incidents a lot over the decade since she witnessed them. She says no. It was a hard time, a bad time for me. It did not all come back immediately. The environment was traumatizing, so I tried to erase those things from my memory. By speaking with investigators, Rashard said that her memories come back to her every day and that she also tries to relate things as best and as accurately as she can. She confirms that she did tell the government that she saw Combs hitting Cassie and that he threatened her to keep it quiet several meetings. She says she has no doubt that Combs tried to strike Cassie or that Cassie went into
It's
the
not that
position.
she's an enemy
Why did
now.
you
She
reach out
ain't
to
scared
Mr.
no
Combs?
more. His ass
One
is
of
locked
the judges
up.
on making the band, Lorianne Gibson, said I should reach out.
Lorianne.
Objection, says Westmoreland. Sustained, says the judge. How often would you hear from Mr. Combs after you left Diddy Dirty Money? Sporadic. Now, why did you reach out? Dawn admits that she did not want to reach out because she said it wasn't good when she worked with Mr. Combs. She said, I didn't want it, but I was trying to help my friend, Kalina Harper. Miss Westmoreland says, may we have a brief conference at the back? And yet we have another sidebar. Cassie Ventura's former best friend, Carrie Morgan, has been called to the stand. Judge Subramanian ruled that Morgan could testify that Ventura told her that she was scared of Combs. She told her she couldn't break up with him because he controlled her career. The government asked Carrie Morgan, where do you live? Los Angeles. And who is this? A photo is shown. Carrie Morgan says, Cassie Ventura. What was your relationship? We were best friends. Her boyfriend assaulted me. Do you see him here? Yes, there in the yellow sweater. Let the record reflect that the witness has identified defendant Sean Combs. Why are you here? I got subpoenaed. Where did you live with Cassie? Manhattan. Did Cassie drink? Not much. Any drugs? None. What was she doing for work? Modeling. Then she recorded me and you. When did you learn that they were dating? 2007. Did you travel with Cassie and Mr. Combs? Yes. Ibiza, Miami. What drugs did Mr. Combs provide? Molly, marijuana, ecstasy. Which did Mr. Combs take? All. Did you take drugs along with Cassie? Opiates. How did Mr. Combs act? He would yell at Cassie. She lost her confidence big time, lost her spark. Mr. Combs talked down to Cassie? Yes. About her look? Who she talked to? Did he contact you looking for her? Yes, a lot. Sometimes he would call 50 times in a row. Would others call you for him? Yes, Christina Quorum or KK. Did you witness assaults? Yes, first in the Hollywood Hills. Ruben, one of the security guards, was there. What did Mr. Combs do to Cassie? He kicked her. What did she do? Nothing. I told Ruben to do something. He indicated he wouldn't. Then what? We left the house. Cassie and I were hiding by someone's front steps. And the next time? In Jamaica, I saw him drag her by her hair. I ran back to get my purse and phone so we could leave. What did you see next? I saw him push her onto the ground and she hit her head on a brick. She didn't move. She was laying in a loose fetal position and her eyes were closed. I thought she was knocked out. 20 to 30 seconds later, she got up and ran into a wooded area. What happened next? There were 2 golf carts in the driveway. I got in one and Sean got in the other. We went in different directions.
Yes, this is why I switched to injection-free weight loss.
I was eating healthy, working out every day, and nothing.
There were 2 golf carts in the driveway. I got in one and Sean got in the other. We went in different directions looking for Cassie. Did you find her? Yes. We hid in a ditch, whispering. What about the incident at the Comstock apartment? Cassie came back with a hoodie covering her face. Then Sean came and tried to get in, hitting the door with a hammer. I called D-Rock. Did he get in? No. Then the police came. So what happened then? Cassie wouldn't show them her ID. Nothing happened. They left a card. Read this message. Did you send this attachment? Yes. A photo of the card the detective left. Did Mr. Combs ever assault you? Yes, he hit me with a wooden coat hanger and choked me. Where did the hanger hit you? Behind my right ear. What did he express concern about? Who Cassie was cheating on him with? So, Carrie, who did you speak with about it? Ryan, Sean's old assistant. What did he do? Nothing. She shrugs her shoulders. I have not spoken with Cassie since. The judge calls for a break. So while the jury is out on lunch, the arguments continue. The judge says, what's your best citation to try to get this evidence in? The prosecution starts listing documents. The judge says, I'll look at them and we'll come back. Ignifilo says, I haven't seen these before. The judge says, you all need to get something to eat. Break. Okay, so now we're back from a brief lunch, and the judge says, if I let this in, Miss Ventura could be recalled as a witness. Prosecution says, I doubt that we would call her. Judge says the defense could call her to come back to the stand. Prosecution says, I doubt that she would be available. Judge says the evidence is out. Submarinian continues, I anticipate Mr. David James will be the next witness. How is this relevant? Prosecution says, as to the means and methods of the enterprise, Mr. Combs threatened to assault employees. Okay, so now the jury is entering. Prosecution says, no further questions for Ms. Morgan. Judge says, cross. Here comes Ignifilo. You were Miss Ventura's best friend from 2004? Actually, 2001. We met waiting for the Polaroids to develop. I was living in Buffalo, and she was in Connecticut. Then you were both in NYC. I stayed downtown. She moved to Harlem. Have you ever met Kim Porter? Yes, probably at a concert. Was Cassie ever jealous? Yes. And the other way around? Cassie was speaking with Michael B. Jordan and Sean got jealous. She was trying to leave him. You were both using drugs. No, we were in South Africa. Did you learn about Gina? Yes. He was having a full-on relationship with this little girl. Why do you call her that? She acts like that. She's younger than us. When you say
National
Sean
Weather
came and
Service.
hammered on the
Severe
door,
thunderstorm
why did the
warning in
police
effect
come?
for this area
They
until
said because of the
4:45
noise,
p.m.
Cassie was
Central
visibly
Daylight Saving
injured,
Time for
but she
destructive
didn't
80
say
miles per
anything.
hour
Ignifilo
winds.
asked, from your
Take shelter in a
perspective, they
sturdy
were very
building,
much in
away
love.
from windows.
Morgan testified
Flying
on
debris may be deadly
cross-examination
to
that
those
Ventura
caught
and
without
Combs
shelter.
were in love and that it was mutual from her perspective. She agreed with Ignifilo's premise that Combs was a flawed person. Now, Morgan admitted that while she sometimes told Ventura to break up with Combs, she told her to remain in the relationship on other occasions. Morgan said she was personally assaulted by Combs with a wooden hanger in 2018, giving her a massive concussion and leaving her shaken. The witness stopped talking to Ventura after the artist offered her $30,000 to sign a non-disclosure agreement, which Morgan accepted but saw as betrayal, according to her testimony. You two were best friends for 18 years, but now you haven't spoken with her since 2018? That's true. At the danger of being Captain Obvious, that's a long time. She's moved on. Objection, says prosecution. Why haven't you spoken with her? She did not support me after Sean assaulted me. I drew the line at assault. So you reached a settlement with Miss Ventura? The money came from Mr. Combs. Ignifilo shows Carrie Morgan photos, then asks, do you know if Louise Hayes is a self-help author about self-affirmation? Yes. Why did you send him this? With words of encouragement. I don't remember sending it. Okay, so I want to show you a few more photos, but first let's talk about the incident when he put his hands on your neck.
Hey,
Were you and
Monte.
Cassie using any drugs at the time? No. What did he say? He said, who is she cheating with? You went to urgent care and not the hospital? Right. But didn't you tell the prosecutors it was bloody and you went to the hospital? I don't remember that. Look at this 3500 material not shown to the jury. I see that I said that. Now it's time for cross-examination. Now, Prosecutor Foster said, do you remember Mr. Agnifilo asking you about the incident in L.A.? Objection, said the defense. Overruled. And he hit her like in Jamaica, arguing about jealousy. What happened in Jamaica? He dragged Cassie by her hair, a filthy yard hallway. Was he talking about jealousy?
Hey,
No,
Trip
he
Hill
had spent
Digital.
too long in the bathroom. Nothing further. Any recross? Agnifilo says no,
Monte,
Your Honor.
cash in,
Next
cash
witness
out.
is David James. Now, why are you here, says the prosecution. I've been subpoenaed, said David James. And were you Combs' personal assistant from 2007 to 2009? Who is that in this photo? That is David James. That is yourself? Yes. James continues by saying, I went to college in Michigan. Later, I faxed my resume to Bad Boy. Okay, Mr. James, where was the interview conducted? 1710 Broadway. Who'd you meet? Tommy, his sister Keisha, and others. Okay, and how did they test you? They gave me 40 appointments and asked me to make a schedule. You had to know, for example, what time a particular show came on Hot 97. What did Mr. Combs ask you? To make a spreadsheet for Miami? I said, I know his food and restaurant preferences. He asked me why I'd make a good assistant. I told him, can't stop, won't stop.
Can't stop. Won't stop.
Baby, I am liking David already. His sense of humor is crazy.
Ow.
Upon interviewing, the team told him, this is Mr. Combs' kingdom. We're all here to serve in it. Prosecution said, did he have others, meaning assistants?
Can't
He had
stop,
Ms.
won't
Robles,
stop.
Mr. Barber, others. What would you do as assistant? Bad boy to 5, out to dinners, then out to the studio to 3 a.m. We get a call time at the end of the night. David James said Sean Combs had a rather unique rider when he would stay at hotels. A rider is a list of stipulations of what a prominent guest would like in their hotel room. James said he would prepare riders for Combs for the hotel, as well as green rooms and music venues. He didn't elaborate on what was in the rider, but it's fair to say that the government will return to this. Did you travel with Mr. Combs as well? Yes. Who's the security staff? D-Rock, Bonds, Uncle Polly. He had Miss Robles, Mr. Barber, others. What would you do as assistant? I said, I know his food and restaurant preferences. He asked me why I'd make a good assistant. I told him, can't stop, won't stop.
Can't stop. Won't stop.
Baby, I am liking David already. His sense of humor is crazy. Upon interviewing, the team told him, this is Mr. Combs' kingdom. We're all here to serve in it.
Can't stop.
Won't stop.
Baby, I am liking David already. His sense of humor is crazy. Upon interviewing, the team told him, this is Mr. Combs' kingdom. We're all here to serve in it. Prosecution said, did he have others, meaning assistants? He had Miss Robles, Mr. Barber, others. What would you do as assistant? Bad boy to 5, out to dinners, then out to the studio to 3 a.m. We get a call time at the end of the night. David James said Sean Combs had a rather
What they
unique
say, if
rider
you know,
when he
you
would
know.
stay at hotels. A rider is a list of stipulations of what a prominent guest would like in their hotel room. James said he would prepare riders for Combs for the hotel, as well as green rooms and music venues. He didn't elaborate on what was in the rider, but it's fair to say that the government will return to this. Did you travel with Mr. Combs as well? Yes.
Oh.
Who's the security staff? D-Rock, Bonds, Uncle Polly. You work 20 hours a day? Yes, security did too. What did security staff tell you? To stay in my lane? Who said that? Bond, Uncle Polly. Focusing on his personal chef. Who is he? Chef Jordan Atkinson. Did Mr. Combs have a girlfriend then? Yes, Kim Porter, Sarah, Tara, Hannah, and Cassie. This man knows where all the bodies is buried. What would to stay in my lane? Who said that? Bond, Uncle Polly. Focusing on his personal chef. Who is he? Chef Jordan Atkinson. Did Mr. Combs have a girlfriend then? Yes, Kim Porter, Sarah, Tara, Yana, and Cassie.
Who is Tara?
This man knows where all the bodies is buried. What was your first
Who is
conversation
Tara?
with Cassie? We were on Star Island.
Can't
Carrie
stop,
Morgan
won't
was there
stop.
too. Cassie said, this lifestyle is crazy.
You gotta
I
get
asked
the
her, why don't you leave? She said, Sean controls my life, my music. He pays when he... They...
The sweetest flavors.
Hey, I went back too many times. You gotta get that.
Who'd you meet? Tommy, his sister Keisha, and others. Okay, and how did they test you? They gave me 40 appointments and asked me to make a schedule. You had to know, for example, what time a particular show came on Hot 97. What did Mr. Combs ask you? To make a spreadsheet for Miami? I said I know his food and restaurant preferences. He asked me why I'd make a good assistant. I told him, can't stop, won't stop.
Can't stop. Won't stop.
Baby, I am liking David already. His sense of humor is crazy. Upon interviewing, the team told him, this is Mr. Combs' kingdom. We're all here to serve in it. Prosecution said, did he have others, meaning assistants?
He meant that with them slaves too, didn't he?
What would you do as assistant?
Can't
That
stop,
boy
won't
to 5,
stop.
out to dinners, then out to the studio.
Bring
to 3
that
a.m.
ass
We get a
here.
call time at the end of the night. David James said Sean Combs had a rather unique rider when he would stay at hotels. A rider is a list of stipulations of what a prominent guest would like in their hotel room. James said he would prepare riders for Combs for the hotel, as well as green rooms and music venues. He didn't elaborate on what was in the rider, but it's fair to say that the government will return to this. Did you travel with Mr. Combs as well? Yes. Who's the security staff? D-Rock, Bonds, Uncle Polly? You work 20 hours a day? Yes, security did too. What did security staff tell you? To stay in my lane? Who said that? Bond, Uncle Polly? Focusing on his personal chef. Who is he? Chef Jordan Atkinson. Did Mr. Combs have a girlfriend then? Yes, Kim Porter, Sarah, Tara, Yana, and Cassie.
What about
This man
Nana?
knows where all the bodies is buried. What was your first conversation with Cassie? We were on Star Island. Carrie Morgan was there too. Cassie said this lifestyle is crazy. I asked her, why don't you leave? She said, Sean controls my
She
life.
said pimping
my
ain't
music.
easy,
He
but
pays
somebody
for my
gotta
apartment.
do it.
Next conversation, it was about her music, but the album never came out. Did you overhear a conversation? Yes. Mr. Combs said, Kim is my queen out in LA with my family. He said, I have Cassie right here. I want her. She's young and moldable. Prosecution says, Your Honor, how much longer do you want to go? This would be a good place to break. The judge says, we'll break for the day. So court is adjourned for the day, abruptly. But the government said before the parties left for the day that it plans to call a number of witnesses on Tuesday, including a male escort, a former personal chef for Sean Combs, and Regina Ventura, who happens to be Cassie Ventura's mother. We have a lot to go. This is only week number 2 of 8 weeks. So leave a comment. Tell me everything you think about day number 6, and you know how we do.
Ooh,
We'll
okay,
talk about it
y'all.
down below. Talk to you guys later. Bye. Thanks for watching.
Can't stop, won't stop. Woo, good people. Okay, so listen. Let me charge my device up. They picked, because I want to see him. I want to see, you know, who really caught him in the picture thing of him. So I'm going to let them catch up, and then I'll be back later. Is that all right? Can't stop, won't stop. Please hit the like button. What is this? Bye.